we were able to move forward with this idea. And in fact, our today's conference, which is going on for the next 3 days, is nothing but a result of friendship. And I'm deeply thankful to the partners and my friends from University of Notre Dame, from Georgetown University, and from the Angelicum for helping us to organize this conference on integral human development. I'm also very pleased to mention at this moment that our consistent effort in exploring human development has resulted in the fact and commitment of the university to establish a think tank which will be focused on integral human development. And I'm very profoundly grateful to our partners from Poverties for partnering with us with this initiative. I wish a very fruitful conference and conversations to all of us. We have more than 500 participants registered for the conference from virtually all continents, and I believe that this new format will help us indeed to raise new friends and move forward, changing, building this world to the best we possibly can do and achieve with you. Thank you, and welcome to the conference.
Thank you, Pane Volodymyre. Thank you. So now we move to our framing conversation, which is called not so much for in-depth scientific analysis as for mapping the issues such as political, economic, social inequality, their causes and consequences in our new post-pandemic world. And I have an honor and great pleasure to present our distinguished speakers of this panel, who are not just noted experts and leaders in their areas, but also very good friends and supporters of our university, who contributed greatly to its forming and development. So I'm very pleased to introduce Mr. Andy Hundar, President of the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine, Senator of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Pan Andriyu, thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze, Member of Parliament of Ukraine, Chairwoman of the Parliamentary Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU, Member of the Supervisory Board of Analytical Center of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Pani Ivano, a great pleasure to welcome you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Pan Volodymyr Lavrenchuk, Chairman of the Board of Raiffeisen Bank Aval 2005-2019, the Senator of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Pane Volodymyre, welcome to our discussion.
Дякую вам.
And Pani Natalia Popovich, founder of One Philosophy Group of Companies, Senator of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Pani Natalia, a great pleasure to welcome you.
Thank you, Oksana. Good to be with you all.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll move with our discussion, and I would like to address my first question to you, Pani Ivano. In your current position as a chairwoman of the committee, as well as in your previous occupancy as a vice prime minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, you put an immense efforts to driving Ukraine towards its shared value-based partnership. But as we know, recently the pandemic influenced even those the strongest, obviously. Do you believe that shared experience of the past will bring the superpowers to act jointly in the future on overcoming the challenges that we are facing, or on the contrary, will widen the gap between them? And in this post-pandemic world, what you believe should be the real actions of strong and still sustainable countries towards those less capable of dealing with the critical consequences and recovery difficulties for countries like Ukraine?
Well, thank you, Oksana. It's a great honor to actually start this discussion, and I'm very humbled to accept this invitation of yours. I think that nobody really knows the answers to the questions you are posing, and maybe these discussions are going to bring us closer to getting them. Just recently, I really liked one of the phrases of one of the prominent economists, Mr. Lehman, who said that there is no new global order, just a chaotic transition to uncertainty. And from my point of view, at this particular moment, we cannot really say that the pandemic has brought us to a new reality. I really think that it actually only amplified the existing trends and really, unfortunately, strengthened some of them that are not, so to say, very pleasing. Because I would say that we can see the things when integrities or holelessnesses are being are breaking down. We can see that the books are basically disintegrating into tweets. So we are witnessing the communication breaking down into TikToks, and we do see that. Unfortunately, quite frequently, social networks full of emotions are guiding the decisions on the state level. And so all of this, unfortunately, bring us to understanding that today globalism is basically ruined by nationalism and some value-based issues, and values are also ruined, unfortunately, quite frequently with pragmatism. And many of the, so to say, with difficulty and with some time established entities like NATO or the EU or the political elites of the West are unfortunately experiencing the attacks of fragmentation. That's from my perspective. And I think that pandemic has actually played a role of a different scenarios. It could be either regionalization of the whole world, of the global world, or we could see also strengthening of the global governance, or we can see totally something different when the international organizations and their role and their financing will go down and will be cut. Obviously, one of the options is weakening the superpowers, so to say, like the US, and we will end the transition to the multipolar world from the unipolar world that we've been experiencing. And some of the
Pani Ivano, unfortunately, we can't hear you at this particular moment, but I believe that the connection will be restored soon. Pani Ivano? Well, that's the new hybrid online world that we live at, actually, and that's something we discussed within this conference. Pani Ivano.
I broke down, right?
Yes,
do you hear me?
Yes, but we are happy you're back.
Sorry. So, as I said, I do not see that there is a new ethics emerging in the world of geopolitical inequality. And unfortunately, for example, even some of the actions of Russian Federation against Ukraine that we see these days are very reminiscent of those actions that the Russian Federation has been using against, for example, Finland or Baltic states back in the middle of the previous century. So, therefore, it's up to us to actually define how are we going to be developing further. So now to actual inequality, and I'm more concerned with, for example, several inequalities that are not as vivid as it seems from the first glance. For example, the institutional inequality, because we really have to be truthful and honest to ourselves and actually say very directly to ourselves that with all the equal world that we are trying to build, it's like an Orwellian world, because some are more equal than the others. And so it really depends how those who feel more equal than the others will have the access to, for example, some of the resources. So we have some kind of political objective inequality. And it doesn't matter what kind of resources we are talking about, either it's power or it's social lifts or it's education. All the kind of players have different access to them. And behind all of these resources, we have one very serious basic resource, and that's basically the money that is needed to get to one or another resource. And obviously, most developed and stronger countries that do have opportunity to access more of these resources, they will be trying to play a more important role on the international arena, in the international scene. And the only thing that is saving us right now from the total inequality on the global scene, from my perspective, is that 99% of those wealthy and well-developed and progressive countries do belong to the so-called Western civilization. So they are not doing it, they are not taking any actions only exclusively for their good, but also in the name of different very horizontal kind of values like democracy or freedom and humanism. And so I think that that's basically what preserves the world at this particular moment. I've mentioned earlier the institutional inequality that I'm worried about and that I see really impacting the geopolitical reality and geopolitical inequality. And the institutional inequality is about, for example, those international organizations that are still kind of guiding the international law and the international development. For example, the UN. We see the Security Council that is basically directing the whole UN, and we see only a couple of countries that are taking their decisions. And one of them, well, the same Russian Federation, can even veto, for example, the decision on condemning its own aggressive behavior, which is obviously leading to inequality. Or we can also see the value-based inequalities right now from my perspective as well, and that also on the international arena, when some of the countries that are more kind of equal than the others are being allowed some things that are banned from everybody else. Same thing about Russian Federation. For example, it's allowed many things, not only because of its like military might or its nuclear arsenal, but it's also allowed because, unfortunately, of the double standards that exist in the other parts of the world, or because of the corrupt politicians that would like to get back to business as usual. And it doesn't matter that we all know the names, the last names of those politicians. Nobody actually stopping them, and most of the countries are closing eyes on those actions. So I'm also concerned with another type of inequality, which is developing because of populism. Because, unlike totalitarian countries, quite in a few countries, in democratic countries, politicians are guided not necessarily by the thought of next generations, as Churchill was suggesting, but by the thought of winning next elections, not necessarily for the public good, not necessarily for actually with the thought of equaling up the inequalities that we are facing. So, and obviously all of these things, institutional one, value-based one, the populistic one, and all of these inequalities are going to impact such countries as Ukraine and the other, so to say, smaller states to an extent, or those states that have less access to valuable resources at this particular moment. But I think that we can all try to counter this together. And in this regard, I'm very happy that finally addressing these inequalities is coming to the international stage and is being brought up by leaders of the important international players. I was very thrilled to hear from, for example, President Biden in Munich Security Conference, very important things that are connected with values. Obviously, I was also very happy to hear that he believes that a vital concern for Europe and the US is territorial integrity. Debate about the future and direction of our world. He said that inflection point between those who argue that autocracy is the best way forward and those who understand that democracy is essential to meeting the challenges we are facing is basically right now on the rise. And obviously he believes in democracy being the major answer to many questions. Also, he has mentioned that finally, there is an understanding that to bully and threaten individual states that it is to negotiate with a strong and closely united transatlantic community. And he believes that addressing Russian recklessness has become critical to protecting our collective security. This is exactly what we've been saying for quite a few years already, saying humbly from Ukraine to the Western world. And I'm happy that finally we are being heard, and this is translating to the debate on the global stage, and that finally we are understanding that some of the countries like Russian Federation are exploiting the democratic institutions and weaknesses of the Western world in order to get the frictions much bigger and basically get more inequality where they think that they can gain something. So getting to kind of finalizing and addressing Oksana's question, I think that considering all of what I've been talking about earlier on, I think that we can try the answer, to find the answer in the global political project. And that probably will take a lot of time. And that we really have to make a transition from exclusively economic, regional and global projects to actually political global project. I think it's very difficult. I think it might not even happen during our lifetime, from my perspective. But this political globalization could go through political regionalization, including such projects as, for example, the EU that already exists. And this path, I think, is impossible without such smaller countries, if we believe that Ukraine is a smaller country. And, for example, as Europe is not possible without Ukraine, as security and peace in Europe is not possible without Ukraine, the same similar tendencies are impossible in the other regions. But again, we have to kind of jump from exclusively economic basis to more of a political basis. And obviously, reform of international institutions could be one of the keys in addressing this path. I think that quite a few of the answers are already or have been already written in the last encyclics of Holy Father Francis, because there we see all the things that are fragmenting the world. He's describing all the things that are fragmenting the world, but he also suggests the answers to the challenges we are facing. So I think everybody who's taking the decisions actually has to read this very attentively, and maybe not necessarily only read it with eyes, but also digest or rather understand it by heart and take to the decisions that we are going to take further.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Pani Ivano, thank you very much for your insightful remarks. Thank you much. Thank you for mentioning some very important questions, like some being more equal like the others, access to the resources, the multipolar world that we are living in, the threats to democracy, and the role of global institutions in overcoming those, the necessity to reform the latter, and the idea of the global project that I believe might need quite a strong leadership. Thank you very much. I think we will get back to discussing those a bit more during our session of questions and answers during our discussion. Thank you very much. Excuse me, Anna Andriu, and now I'd like to address my question to you. Environment in Ukraine, since you represent not just separate businesses, but I would say joint force of American businesses here in Ukraine. So of course my question will be about business in a post-pandemic world. So economies of many countries and businesses globally have suffered strongly from lockdowns, which might deepen an inequality between not just businesses, but countries, as those dependent on offline economies like tourism or production will continue to bankrupt. It might cause an unpredictable, destructive impact on the world. So how you believe the large, strong businesses should support those offline services or production companies, the smaller ones? And what is the role of powerful organizations like business associations in combating the inequality and the impact on the state level and globally? Pan Andriu.
Thank you, Oksana. I think we asked the question, what is wrong with inequality? I mean, is economic inequality, is it a problem? And I think here's the question that, we look back in philosophy. I remember when I studied 30 years ago back in philosophy, and I remember Jean-Jacques Rousseau, his book on equality. And I think the influence that Declaration of Independence, where Thomas Jefferson, the first word saying all men are equal. So this is the inequality. And I think the question that has been posed more recently by Professor Harry Frankfurt at Princeton, at the Department of Philosophy, in his book, again, on the same name, on equality. I mean, he's saying, well, why are you focusing on equality? Why aren't you targeting poverty? Why are you trying to protect the poor going after the rich? So I think this is a fascinating question, and really, understanding, what this inequality is and the impact it's having on society today all over the globe. And you know, we are in the midst of a pandemic. I mean, President Biden yesterday commemorated 500,000 deaths of the lives of people that have died during this pandemic. I mean, how has this pandemic hit the business community? Obviously, it's been for the majority, it's been a big hit, but mostly on the people. So I think the employees, and you know, what we've seen is the poor workers are becoming poorer. Do work. They are in hotels, restaurants, tourism. You know, in most or many of the countries around the globe today, these are closed. So I think it's the first, you know, the poor workers are becoming poorer. Inequalities between countries are rising. You know, we're seeing that some countries, you know, are managing to have furlough schemes to support their workers. Others aren't. And I think, you know, in some employees, I mean, they are just one hospital bill or one failed harvest away slipping into extreme poverty. I mean, at the moment, there are 735 million people around the globe that are living in extreme poverty. Again, you know, well-off workers are in a much better situation. You know, many of us are sat today behind our computers working from home, because those that have, you know, more of a white-collar job environment that they can work from their homes, and some are actually benefiting because they're saving on for some. You know, you're saving on holidays, so some of those bank accounts are growing, and then the rich, they get richer. Again, you know, we're saying that businesses has been hit. Yes, many, and you know, most businesses have been hit. But if we look, the 10 richest billionaires technology. And I think, you know, that the question is that the technology companies are growing, their wealth is accumulating during the pandemic. So, you know, what does that mean? And I think that's really the question now that we're asking in terms of the inequality. You know, the world's richest 1% have more than twice as much wealth as 6.9 billion people. 1% of the planet. At the same time, when almost half of humanity is living on less than $5.50 a day. And I think, you know, we are seeing that this rift between the rich and the poor, it's growing bigger. I mean, if we look at CEO salaries, a salary of a top chief executive officer, today or last year, this compensation, the ratio of a CEO versus a typical worker was 320 to 1. That's the measure of the ratio of the difference between the pay, and that's grown extremely. I mean, in 120 to 1, and I think this is continue to grow. So the inequality it continues, and I think in terms of, again, you know, the migration, we are seeing this especially in countries that have large migration outflows. Ukraine being one of them. I remember the days when you know, one of the TV channels said there are 52 million of us. Today, I think the latest statistics are showing that just over 40 million. the statistics on health. The poorer are denied a longer life. In many countries, having money is a passport to better health and to longer life. While being poor, it means more sickness and an 10 years difference at least. I mean, in Ukraine, 68 years. The average man in Ukraine lives for 68 years. And I think in other countries across Western Europe, that's at least 10 years. I think also interesting in Ukraine, women live 10 years longer than on average than a man. So I think, if we address this inequality issue, it's really understanding where we are. And, it is what we're seeing, the inequality, it's growing bigger, and it's growing faster. And I think the pandemic is really fueling it. Even with digital, I think with digital, this is another issue that the divide is growing bigger. And it's really understanding, what are the key elements, and what it brings. And again, the reasons, what inequality it brings to us all as a society. We see, clear evidence that cross-country evidence of, the increase of mental health, physical health, drug abuse, in terms of imprisonment, obesity, social mobility, trust and community in the way, we bring up the children. These are much worse for the majority of people in countries where inequality is high. So I think it's this extreme economic inequality. It undermines society, and I'm very grateful for the four universities coming together and bringing this to the issue today. I think if we focus on some of the countries specifically, some countries are still, there's an oligarchy that runs the country. An oligarchy is pretty much when a small group of people have control over a country. In Ukraine, we've seen that the prominence of oligarchs has been still remains very strong. They control the media, they control the information that comes down to the majority of people, and they control a lot of the politics, the funding of the political parties, and I think that's how policy is continuing to be made. What is important for business in any society? I think the number one issue is the rule of law, where there is one law, so nobody is above the law. And I think these issues are once raised for business, where a business can operate in a system, in a society where there is rule of law. I think this is super important. And especially now, as we start coming out of the pandemic, Ukraine today has just started the vaccination program. I think it's going to be probably by Q4 that we will have some light at the end of the tunnel in terms of having how do we come out of this? And I think the focus now really is addressing the issues all coming together. In the members of what we saw, the American Chamber of Commerce, in March of last year, the majority of companies, they saw very quickly that they won't reach their financial goals. And I think it was very evident that because so much of the business has been hit, the companies won't be able to reach their financial goals. But what we saw, and we launched a project called Leadership in Times of Crisis. What has changed in the business, the way business people do business. I think there was those steps that were taken immediately, understanding the community we live in. It's really supporting that and providing support to those communities. And during our projects, I mean, I interviewed over 130 CEOs, and I was hearing words that I didn't usually hear from CEOs in pre-pandemic. And the key words that I heard throughout all these 130 interviews, it was about trust, empathy, unity, support, and communications. And I think these 5 words, really do underline how this pandemic is changing us and how we're really understanding the inequalities and what we need to do together, coming together as a society in addressing these issues in a really time when the inequality has been probably greater than we've seen before. And it's how do we work together, bringing this issue up. And I think, number one, it's addressing it. And I think, the role of education. So I'm just so delighted that we have, such great universities. And especially at Okur, I think, Okur is an example which 20 years ago, what was there? It was built. Bishop Boris likes to focus on this on a plot of land where the Soviet authorities wanted to build a Soviet propaganda institution, and today we have a thriving Catholic university. So I do think that the role of education and people coming together supporting this has a real role to play. So again, I'm very grateful to Okur and to all the universities taking part in this, in raising this issue, such an important issue at such an important time.
Thank you, Pane Andriu. Thank you for a broad spectrum of issues that you tackled upon. And I believe to some of this we will get back quite soon. Thank you for talking about inequality and access. Thank you for being honest about the trend of rich getting richer. And you also tackled upon the issue of changing the labor market. That's exactly what I would like to proceed with our next speaker about. Pane Volodymyre. For many years, you were leading one of the largest and the most sustainable banks in Ukraine, nominated among the best candidates for the position of the governor of the National Bank of Ukraine. And of course, my question to you will be about economics and finance. So even the countries with the strongest economies suffered from lockdowns, forced to compensate great losses to businesses and reduce social tensions caused by raising unemployment, actually. And as Pan Andriy mentioned already, digitalization accelerated with the pandemic and is changing the labor market even faster than predicted, which put back on the agenda the issue of capability of existing financial models to balance the risks of non-occupancy and inequality, as well as ideas for overcoming those. For example, universal basic income. How you believe economies should respond to these challenges, and whether effective future economic or financial models are already introduced or discussed. Pane Volodymyre.
Thank you very much for questioning me with the specific issues. It gave me a big challenge, a few days, to think about and even to review discussions that are present in different media, what opinions are on this issue in the world. And I would start with a bit experience of mine in the bank you mentioned in Ukraine. And that was time when digitalization was not seen as a threat. And the pre-pandemic period, I would name the driven by competition, big change in the developments of the business architecture, when biggest became bigger, richest became richer, and smallest were challenged to be smaller or to exit the market. Let me put some examples from my own. So the small bank in Ukraine can't compete with a big bank because of the cost efficiency and number of parameters that investors look at. So small branches have to be closed. Rural area is less and less in the focus of the infrastructure developments. And that's not about hundreds of people, that's about thousands of people that lose their job. And customers look for probably change of location. Driven by competition, big companies became bigger and developed for good purpose, centralization and capital concentration and many other things that set a trend in the world. So Ukraine was and is in transition. And Ukrainian government and the community set a targets to be in the game. And majority of this business architecture models were set into the agenda of banks and other organizations to be introduced in Ukraine. I'm a part of the game, a game player. I led the big bank, and that is the same. So I would say the bank decreased number of employees from 18,000 to 8,000 during 10 years, with all consequences on the financials, with a good impact on financials. But at the same time, there's the question mark, what these people were able to do, were able to find another job, or they should be supported by the state with a compensation or whatever funds are available in Ukraine or in countries that are named small. And that's a very good question of yours to speak about model and the latest discussion about the universal basic income model, when those who lose job can be satisfied with a certain compensation from the budget, just to make them possible to live. And I have some thoughts on that and some disagreement with the model. So how I see number of the discussions and number of people who are suffered, people need these funds, but they are human beings and they need function. And the society that will define in a possible probability the model, the majority will be compensated because digitalization, because of robots replaced people in big number of jobs. This compensation will not satisfy human being need to have function. And I think take a look on the developments that happened in the developed world. I can't say thanks to pandemic and quarantine, but at the same time, being caused by this, we can observe the growing role of the state in managing the country and in a business architecture, I would say. So this well-known and well-presented in the media, the programs of support of business in the developed countries. Hundreds of billions of dollars and euro are printed and offered to small, micro, or even big companies to survive. And this is a very new world. And this is not, let me say, the targeted picture for transition countries that we've drawn in Ukraine, for example, where the state plays so big role for the nation, the state institutions. And it gives to Ukraine a good signal to think about what can be done in Ukraine to develop country with a progress and to prosperity. Combining all these things, digitalization influence when the jobs are replaced by robots, combining things that competition moves assets to the most profitable centers from rural areas. And the latest experience when the market and labor markets are almost closed because of the restrictions of traveling, I would say that the state, the community is required to revisit the agenda. What is sustainable profit? What is sustainable success for the business, for economy, in the new reality? This gives me the to speak about localization. Sorry for criticism of this policy. Localization means that I see the big value that majority of people can have function. And to get function, small company and micro company should be supported to compete with big centralized institutions. There is, I think, the important agenda for transition countries at this stage to take a look on the micro and small business, to give them leverage, not only to survive, but to feel comfortable in development of their talents. Coming back to the assessment, what is good for the country, what is bad for the country, what is good for economy, and what could be not as effective for economy as could be measured by GDP growth or by even GDP per capita, when differentiation of richest, what Andy Hunder very perfectly mentioned, and the majority of those who have the limited number of funds for survival. So I believe that this revisiting of the agenda may bring us new ratios, what is to be taken to get success or to deliver success for the nation. So I believe very much that priorities or keeping the high level of support to micro and small, to entrepreneurs in all over the country should play much bigger role than ever before. That's can't be compensated or replaced by the model when the budget is split by 40 million people, by $200 per month for each citizen, for example. And that's the answer to the question how the model can be introduced. I believe very much that people need more than that, starting from their talent development and their function getting. So that's, again, is a good subject for debates and discussion. But I have opportunity to share with you the thoughts being worked for the big bank who centralized functions for many, many years, being named best banker in the country for a number of years. Based on my experience, I see a big success for the country and biggest importance when the majority of those who want to get functions in the center of Kiev or in rural areas of Transcarpathia are well supported and well funded. So this is on the top of my list of the model that should be introduced and developed in a transition country like Ukraine. And I again use the opportunity to appreciate what Ukraine Catholic University does, specifically focusing on values and long-term sustainable growth of community. So again, thanks for inviting me for the conference. I look forward, if there are any questions, to respond, and we'll try to stay to the end of our conference with the active participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pane Volodymyre. Thank you for mentioning the university and Pane Andriu, Pane Ivanno. And Pane Volodymyre, thank you for still believing in people and putting a good question about what it means being sustainable nowadays. And with that question, I'd like to move forward. And Pani Natalio, in your recent brilliant piece for NVA, I believe that you reflected a bit on the issue, what it means for the country being sustainable and being resilient, on the example of Denmark. Because this is actually the case that many thinkers, global thinkers, are referring to the recent days. And if you would like to reflect on that, you're always welcome. But there is also an important question about communications that was raised several times during this discussion. And your background is mainly in strategic communications. You were leading business projects and campaigns of different levels, including international public campaigns. And all those had one thing in common. You were always communicating the values. The previous year is recognized as a peak of conflict between facts and fake. Again, the rapid digitalization is one of the stimuli of information influences, leading to radical polarization, growing uncertainty, fear, and even hatred, and thus undermines the ethical principles of interaction and coexistence. In a situation where many countries are still drowning in populism, something that again was mentioned today several times, who you believe governments, political leaders, and how need to change or build their communications to regain trust and unite countries and societies for better outcome? Pani Natalio.
Thank you, Oksana, for your kind invitation to join this panel, and sincere thanks to Ivana, Andriy, and Volodymyr for sharing, insights from your very different and interesting perspectives and experiences. You've mentioned my recent piece for Novaya Vremya. I do feel myself humbled and privileged by the fact that I've lived and worked in the United States and in Ukraine and then in Russia and now in Denmark. And just because of this life experience, I have a chance to compare living in very, very differently structured societies. And I must say that I am surprised to the extent I respect and commend what Scandinavian nations and Denmark in particular was able to achieve in how their society functions. In regards to your question, I would say that first of all, I'm an advocate of actions preceding communications, because trust can really be only gained or regained if we are reliable enough and selfless enough and act in the interests of the citizens if we are the state. Communications is never enough, and no matter how much business type of show or circus solutions populist governments can try to sell to their populations, but then things like pandemics come and they are the real test for trust in any society. And I think in case of COVID, there were very, very plain and simple questions. Will I be treated to survive COVID-19 as a citizen, as a member of a society? And now the pressing question is when and with what vaccine will I be vaccinated? Will I be safe? And I think the governments who could not answer until today cannot answer these questions positively, calmly, professionally to their people, no matter how much they communicated, will not be trusted. On the contrary, we've seen the examples of governments whose systems have reacted, very professionally, and they have seen only small drops in the levels of trust. While I think long-term, their societies may even become stronger and more resilient after the pandemic. I think this can be said about countries that have acted in a competent way, in which they have recognized very early on the impact and the scope of the pandemics, and who organized and enacted a whole range of COVID-19 measures, who have been sober and fact-based, they actually really gained more trust, and there is continuous support of their respective societies. This only means also leading by example. We've seen what happened in the United States and President Trump, who did not wear a mask or mocked people who were doing this, and what were the reactions and the final outcome, thankfully for the world. But also we've seen the competent leaders who immediately practiced social distancing and mask wearing behavior, and in this sense they were sending the message to their populations on how everybody else should behave. Also, countries like South Korea, like New Zealand, like most of the Scandinavian countries who have adapted well to the pandemics, they've protected their population, have supported their businesses. As Volodymyr mentioned, they supported their small and medium businesses to go through the time of lockdown with very well-designed systems of subsidies, and they've honestly communicated their state of affairs, their lockdown rules, and enacted them. They're doing well. In Denmark, there is only maybe few times difference between the salary of an employee of a company and the CEO of a company. I think the differences that Andriy had mentioned are horrendous, and hopefully after the pandemics, this level of inequality will start changing. And in very equal society of Denmark, they were able to support their businesses in a great way. Up to 75% of the salaries of employees were able to be supported by the state, and even the rent of the premises for businesses was also subsidized by the state. So it really depends on how the system is designed, and how large is your taxpayers base, and how vested truly citizens are in the success of their society. The World's Trust Barometer, there is such annual ranking of trust by Edelman in 2020 was for a reason, I think, named competence and ethics. Because in a sense, businesses actually have become more trusted in many of the countries. The inability, unfortunately, of President Trump and the government in the States to listen to the experts and act competently, as Andriy has mentioned, has costed this great country 500,000 lives of their citizens, and no amount of communication via Twitter can make up for that. And at the same time, Greek's prime minister, when asked to explain how his country has dealt with the pandemic, simply said, we listen to the expert. So business now is sometimes even seen as an institution, as both competent and ethical more than the governments. Governments are mostly seen as a little bit less competent and not ethical enough to produce trust. In the last year, actually, all governments have lost trust. Only Germany has lost maybe 3 points between 2014 and 2020, while the United States has lost, over 12 points in the respective ranking, and it's only because President trusted his gut and acted against the recommendations of Dr. Fauci and others. While in Germany we saw Angela Merkel, competent in science prime minister, directly enacting policies based on science. At the same time, we understandably see that in 2021, pandemics and the tiredness of the societies from pandemics naturally fuels further fears. It adds to the persistent personal and societal fears about a lot of things. Top 5 probably are job loss, climate change, cyber attacks, hackers, contracting COVID. And some citizens also fear losing their freedom as citizens. This is becoming a top issue. Those with less education, less money, and fewer resources are being unfairly burdened with most of the suffering, with risk of illness and the need to sacrifice, more due to the pandemic. And till these pains are not really alleviated by corresponding policies of governments, individually, collectively, by the societies around the world, we cannot expect that trust is going to really go up. And security actually is a related matter to that. Trust is really a quality of mostly equal societies, at least societies where there is equal access to healthcare, to education, to rule of law. And now we see everywhere, I think, in the United States, as well as in Ukraine, as well as in so many societies, this increased urgency to address foundational problems. to improve our healthcare systems, who have been put to a major test, and many did not function well, addressing poverty, improving education systems, addressing climate change, finding ways to combat fake news, hopefully in a democratic way, protecting people's individual freedoms. I think Timothy Snyder had written really well about the kind of malaise of the United States, in the sense that if these systems do not function well, actually we are not free, because our freedom is confined to the level of survival, and we as people are capable of so much more. There is growing perception that, our government leaders are purposely trying to mislead people by saying things that they know are false or grossly exaggerate them in order to stay in power, while business leaders are purposely trying to mislead people by saying things they know they're false just to stay in business. And in 2021, we also see, unfortunately, trust in all information sources at all-time lows. Since most news organizations are perceived as being concerned with certain ideology or political position, rather than informing the public of the things the public needs to know, especially in times of crisis. And at the same time, what can help and counter this, state of truth decay, as Rand in the States has called it, that now we live in this epoch of truth decay and general distrust. It can only be about strengthening the society's longer-term resilience, and becoming simply more literate sometimes is key. Charles Barometer has picked up, the new trend on priorities shifts for the people, and actually there is a huge business responsibility for that. People are saying my information literacy now matters more because they know the cost of it with the pandemics. When asked about what changed in terms of priorities to people, we can see 55% more people prioritizing their and their families' health, as well as 45% are saying that their information and media literacy, as well as their science literacy, now becoming more important to them. And also, nevertheless, our habits die hard, and 57% of people continue to share or forward news items that they find to be interesting without checking their information sources or being good on their information hygiene. The information hygiene of everyone now in 2021 on the planet should include things like, being curious about local news and engagement, avoiding information echo chambers, verifying information, not ever amplifying unvetted information, because unvetted information literally sometimes kills. Now we also understand that the trust and the issue of trust and inequality is going to impact how we come out of pandemics and how we're getting ready for the new one. Vaccine hesitancy remains now a major hurdle for a great number of societies. Actually, 64% of people say that they will take COVID-19 vaccine within the next year, and only 1 in 3 is ready to take the vaccine as soon as possible. Hence, poor information hygiene threatens pandemic recovery, and that threatens all the other things and addressing the issues of inequality that we are talking also about. There are a lot of roles, but I would say that there is a huge role not only for government, the societies. It's a combination, it's a collaboration, but for business. Last year, similarly to the AmCham, we at One Philosophy organized a resilience study in Ukraine to understand better how business owners and directors of organizations, how they're taking their organizations through the crisis. And our data is very similar to what Edelman had found out, globally. 68% of people believe that CEOs should step in when the government does not fix societal problems. And we've seen in Ukraine how business had to step in to support with the pandemics when there was no government response in a competent way. 66% people believe CEOs should take the lead on change rather than waiting for the government to impose change on them. So maybe there will be more initiatives, healthy initiatives, including tackling poverty and unnecessary inequality. Coming from business, and then they should hold themselves accountable to the public and not just to the board of directors or shareholders. I think this is a growing trend of business recognizing to what extent it is very, very short-term thinking to plan the future of companies only based on short-term priorities. Also, business gains most trust by being a guardian of information quality. So there is more responsibility because there is more trust to actually your employer sometimes than there is to general news organizations or to the government. And that means, embracing more sustainable practices and continuing to be very robust in COVID-19 health and safety response, and also all of the measures that can drive economic, prosperity. Employees are becoming more activists. So to think that inequality is going to stay as it is, it's going to, it's growing as an issue, but that people will not oppose it, I think this is the most fascinating aspect of it, I think, for the 1% of the very, very rich people on the planet, not to look at it from the standpoint of a security. Because if we are to change things, more long term, then we all have to probably embrace more expanded mandates. Leaders and CEOs must lead on issues from sustainability and systemic racism to upskilling necessary after the digitization of so many industries, which is going to continue. And then in these regards, we have to act first and then talk later. We also have to change in terms of providing the straight talk, but empathize and address people's fears, because they will continue to be. And I think mental health issues at workplaces, mental health issues for societies are going to persevere in the coming years, and proper strategies need to be developed long-term in advance in order to be able to tackle them. I think we're all responsible in terms of trust to provide trustworthy content. If information is unbiased, if it's truthful, if it's timely, then it has a chance to be acted upon. And we cannot do it alone. I mean, no one can regain the levels of trust or create it until we act alone. And in this, business and government and NGOs and others must find common purpose and take collective action on so many of these issues. I was looking at the example of, again, drawing inspiration from Scandinavian countries, and there is this concept of national defense seminars, national security seminars in Finland. Somebody's already mentioned, I think Ivana mentioned Finland. Our challenges are very similar. Finland is a tiny country, but it has a very strategic view of its security stemming from its historical experience. In 1961, they started developing this understanding of comprehensive security, and their army understood that, it's not just army that defends the country or makes the society resilient, and that if the whole society has to be more resilient, then they have to learn from each other and talk to each other. So since 1961, they've taken like almost 10,000 people through this program, where there are meetings, invitation only, where a host of business and societal leaders are invited to join for educational workshops, for gatherings, for joint learning experiences, to help leaders from very different realms of society to better understand the global landscape of security, these big meta challenges like inequality or migration or others, discuss and reflect on the role of Finnish society in them, address their own challenges. And they want all of their national decision makers to understand how to keep society functioning during a crisis. This is a challenge that I think all of the leaders have experienced last year. How do we continue on regardless of the circumstances of pandemics that have put entire planet, on pause? And how to deal with these big paradoxes of complexities, and how to act in a better way. So I think we need this. I think so many more societies need to learn from each other in small formats like this, but Ukrainian Catholic University should be at the forefront of it, because none of this can happen without very strong emphasis on ethics and on the foundational values of martyrs and marginalized, on which the UKU is founded on. But only with the thought of them, there could be better future and better ways of coming out of crisis. I also think that for Ukraine, as a post-Soviet country, as a country that is so post-totalitarian and post-colonial, we need to practice more of this reflective approach to developing better cohesion and building joint dreams of what Ukraine should be, what its model should be in the future, and learning from our recent experiences, from the experience of pandemic, analyzing how countries have reacted, which were the best responses, and what what should be enacted in the future. And also, I'm not sure whether this is by coincidence or not, but I think it's important that this topic of the conference that you have with so many other great partners happens, on the days of the reflection of the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine. I think every year we in Ukraine especially have a chance to ask ourselves, how we have changed in a very, very practical way. Mm-hmm. Have we become more ethical? Have we become more competent? Do we pay more taxes? Do we have enough of competent government? Have we really become more resilient to the challenges of the actions of malign actors or populism or pandemics, issues of biosecurities and things like that? Mm-hmm. And have we managed to bring up more responsible citizens, more kinder human beings? And is it as a result of our educational systems or civil society organizations functioning? We know that most successful countries, and being also in Scandinavia, they owe their success to all of the professional and ethical and citizen type of education they formed and developed 150 years ago. And we also know that we have our own local examples of Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky 100 years ago, enacting reform of the church and enacting reform of the civil society and creating so many institutions and educational initiatives that were all meant to make a resilient Ukrainian state. And I think this, this issue of resilience in mind, for the certain community that is combined by joint values, but also resilience in respecting the differences of others, and at the same time being able to partner with them to resolve these bigger issues. That's what's at stake. And I think it requires to think holistically, but also on a very practical level to ask ourselves the question, what each and every single person can do. Mm-hmm. So I probably would stop here and then happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Pani Natalia, especially for mentioning Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky and his experience that we all still learn from nowadays. Now we get to our Q&A session, and I will try to dig deeper in some of the issues that we mentioned already. But before that, I'd like to address our participants and our guests. You please put your questions in our Zoom chat if you want to address our distinguished speakers. We still have several minutes for Q&A, and if anybody in the audience have a question, please raise your hands. I'll try to spare some time for that, and my colleagues, co-moderators. This panel will help us with selecting the most interesting questions. Victor Poletko, Senior Lecturer on Political Science, and Ostap Krivdik, Chair of Ukraine and the World Program of the Analytical Center. But I would like to start with mine, if I may, because several speakers have mentioned this issue. We were talking a lot about inequality and some being more equal than others. And we were talking about the structured states and societies are more sustainable and resilient. But I'd like to quote Fareed Zakaria from his recent book, 10 Lessons for the Post-Pandemic World, that Natalia also addressed in her latest column. The lesson 7th, inequality will get worse. Mr. Zakaria is mentioning, quoting, if money can buy a better house or car, that's one thing. But if it can buy citizenship, special access to public space, preferential treatment at college, and favors from politicians, it becomes a corrupting and corroding force. End of the quote. Well, many of those things that are sounding like new normal or old and well accepted normal in some societies deepen inequality, of course, and high level of inequality make for bad economics politics. How you believe, dear speakers, this circle can be broken? Who would like to reflect first? I don't know if could you hear my question, the speakers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Oksana, maybe I can start and then listen. I think if pandemic does not become a turning point, then I don't know what else will, because I think pandemic has proven to all of the people in the world how fragile we are. You know, Bill Gates has been writing about it in his annual letter on the foundation to all of the global stakeholders. A tiny virus, and everybody's lives are at stake. I think what's important for all of the people who consider that it's okay, you know, to maintain kind of this balance that Andrew had mentioned. You know, 1% of the richest confined, but even their lifestyle has been confined to a fraction of their usual lifestyle during pandemics. To have this level of inequality is simply not sustainable. It will eventually lead to a disease, a terrorism, a military conflict, or a disaster. The sooner that can be realized, you know, the sooner probably we can see some significant difference in the current situation. But I kind of refer and agree with what Ivana had mentioned in the beginning. Globally, until the issue of money laundering, tax havens for the likes of, you know, Putin, Trump, or others, different dictators and autocrats is resolved, there is very little chance that the issue of inequality can be addressed in any significant or systemic way. And in Ukraine's case, I agree with Andriy that, you know, the circle of completely unnecessary poverty in Ukraine and unwarranted, actually dangerous levels of inequality can be broken only if we address the issue of oligarchs and not having our, you know, governments acting as business clubs, but actually acting as responsible in regards to the citizens. But that is again tied to, do we empower through support small and medium businesses? Do we increase the level of citizens who are actual shareholders and proper managers of the state to which they contribute? Equal societies usually are the ones where people are very much engaged and where they pay taxes and they demand from the government to be effective and competent in dealing and addressing with the issues that should be dealt with by the government.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Pani Natalia,
you mentioned several times about our personal responsibility in building up resilient countries. But we also mentioned several times about the role of the state, rising role of the state. And I will put my next question, and maybe somebody else would like to reflect on the previous question and the next one, which is, again, about the rising role of the state, because the pandemic legitimized to some extent, not just what authoritarian regimes were doing in combating pandemic during the previous year, but also some practices for democracies that were not acceptable before, like mass surveillance, for example. So the question is, what do you believe are those limits or ethical boundaries that we as society should not by any circumstances? Would anybody would like to reflect? Pani Ivana, tak. Please.
I just wanted to actually go a bit deeper on what Natalka has started to answer, because my understanding is that we, with the pandemic, and as I have put it, it has become a litmus test to actually kind of amplifying those tendencies that have been there before. And I think what matters is about different stakeholders, and not necessarily only exclusively citizens, taking more responsibility for engagement and for action. But at the same time, the state should also come in with the possibilities for others to engage and kind of for opening up the space for others to engage. But that means that the institutions are there and they are adjustable and flexible in order to accept and react to the change and to kind of widen up the opportunity for others to also engage. With regard to your second question, with the limit of what is ethical and what's not ethical, what we can accept or not, I think here we are very much on the edge of what's secure for kind of survival of the societies and what's and how this security is perceived, right? Because sometimes this fake information or the unchecked information or the specifically projected misleading information or a hybrid attack of information can actually lead to understanding that the society is under such a threat that maybe only such harsh actions as, for example, with the case that you've mentioned, like a mass surveillance in democratic states is seen as acceptable. But here we actually are very much dependent and very much vulnerable to our understanding of what is the truth and who is the provider of that actual truth based on what we can make our decisions. So I think this fine line will be tested and tested in the nearest years, and depending on the we're turning to the issue of resilience of the societies and institutions and their capability to adjust. Depending on this, we will have the answers to what is acceptable and what is allowed, so to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Pani Ivanno.
Right. Thank you for mentioning security actually as an important component in the world of modern challenges. And I see that my colleague Ostap has a question as a security expert. Maybe that's actually the continuation of what we are talking about. I will ask for this question, and then I will invite all our speakers to referring to some of the questions that were announced already and to final remarks. Ostap?
Thank you, Oksana. Actually, my question will not be about security. I will ask about a word that was sounded a lot in this audience, and it was inequality. But it seemed to me, to an extent, that the answer, which wasn't spoken that much loudly to the inequality, was redistribution. Are we speaking of some socialist models here? Is it an answer to the crisis we are facing? Because the bigger banks should help the smaller banks to survive. The businesses should get their rents subsidized. Is socialism an answer to what we are in? And to make the picture wider, not all inequality is unfair. Some of the inequalities is well-deserved. Some of the countries are less developed because their elites are corrupt and inefficient, and the population elects those elites and lets them behave like that. So should Denmark pay for Ukraine and help Ukraine get vaccine if Ukraine's government is inefficient?
Thank you, Ostap. Thank you for an honest question, and we hope for an honest remarks from our speakers. Who would like to reflect? Pane Volodymyre, please do. Pane Volodymyre, please unmute.
Okay, unmute. Yeah, I appreciate very much your question, and I'm inspired to find an answer. There is no right answer in my mind to this question, should big banks help small banks, or another examples in the economy. I believe that big banks are in interest to have sustainable growth, to have clients' growth, to have clients' prosperity, and so on. So in the long term, I believe big banks are in interest to have richer society that could get more financial services. So in the long term, unfortunately, analysts and appraisers of operations and the investment market not always look in a long-term perspective, look on the annual returns on profit. And this quite often is a driver for radical and in short-term effective actions. I like your definition redistribution. I think when we speak about anti-monopoly law that limits activities of big companies in favor of small companies, of big number of small companies, is a redistribution that has been justified as a common practice in many of countries and many of economies, or probably majority of economies. I could come with a number of examples what happens when this redistribution didn't take place, when society allowed the growth, unlimited growth of the companies, including our private bank, for example. And the next years, the country taxpayers pay for that price. So I would say that being in a small economy or small country like Ivana mentioned, the only solution to fight inequality is a redistribution. It could be named socialism, whatever, I don't know in a theory how it calls, but money comes not from nowhere. They come from one corner to another corner. And inequality with such a differentiation we have can't be fought without redistribution of interest. And that's what I say, I think, is the agenda for political leaders. In which way, how transparent, which arguments to offer stage by stage or radical reform during a short period of time. That depends very much on the readiness and availability and capacity of political leaders how to do that. I don't see other solution compared to redistribution, how inequality could be sorted out in a country with a high differentiation. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. There were some other very good questions, like who should take over the leadership, and many others, but unfortunately we run out of time. And I would like to invite all our speakers to some final remarks, if there is something that you would like to reflect on at the end of this talk. And I believe that we will have an opportunity somehow in the future to continue actually this very insightful conversation. Who would like to start first? Pane Andriu.
Thank you, Oksana. I think inequality is like air pollution. It affects every one of us. And I think that is really, understanding the challenge of the issue. The inequality is growing bigger. We see the Gini coefficient in terms of measuring this inefficiency. There's Corrado Gini, the Italian economist that came up with this. So I think it's measuring it, but it's really everyone that has a role to play in this time. I think, the role of business, Henry Ford said a business that only makes money is a very poor business. And I think it's the way that this pandemic is changing us. Businesses are losing financially, but some are gaining spiritually. And I think it's really understanding this metamorphosis, this change of time, and it's really using this opportunity for the good of society. And I think, we could use this opportunity as a real wake-up call to address, the burning issues of the day.
Thank you,
пане Андрію.
Thank you. Пані Наталю.
Jokes aside, but I think where Denmark could support Ukraine is maybe in a greater number of leadership courses that would provide better understanding of the Protestant ethics, or any ethics and a capitalism that they've built here, which is a market economy. It's a very strong market economy, very competitive. There's competition, and you can hire and fire people freely. And in the indexes of economic freedoms, Denmark is higher than the United States. But there is a strong system of welfare that through education and through access to healthcare and through access to reskilling in case something happens to your job, keeps you a functioning member of the society. I think it's a matter of finding the right strategies. Volodymyr has mentioned there's probably no one cookie cutter solution, but in Ukraine, I do believe that Ukraine is there's so much inequality and poverty related to the fact of oligarchy, and that oligarchy unfortunately proved to be very resilient in the last 30 years of Ukraine since regaining independence. But the only way to challenge that is through ethics, but it's also through building this understanding that with inequality, it's not only the poorer members of the society that suffer. Everybody suffers because it affects, the vast majority of population. And actually, if well-educated people with good jobs and incomes, they lived with the same jobs and incomes in a more equal society, they would likely live longer lives, and they probably would have less chances to meet violence or address challenges that they cannot address in an unequal society. So building an understanding of these cause-effect relationships, that's something that probably can challenge inequality in the longer term.
Пані Іванно.
Well, you see, we're so intertwined and we're so interdependent these days that to an extent this redistribution is necessary. But I think it's several tracks that should be pursued. As for now, Denmark does have its choice, and Danish people have their choice. But maybe if they will not be looking around, not only preserving their way of life, but also not helping around, they might end up without this choice in this particular world. But that does not mean just helping. That means also going through transition and transformation of those international institutions that I've referred in my opening remarks. I think there we have to project this strength of the law, of the rules, of procedures that are without exceptions and without exemptions should be applicable to everybody. Then we can actually count on, in some cases, redistribution, in some cases, some giving up some of the goods and some of the positive things that we have in order to help the others. But that requires a lot of shaking up of the geopolitical inequalities that we see as of today.
Thank you, пані Івано, пані Наталю. Пане Володимире, maybe you would like to add something? Final remark? But I would ask you to unmute again.
Yes. I'd like to comment my main impression of the discussion that I had, and this is about ethics. And I believe very much that within biggest values, the population, the nation, the world will go closer and closer is culture, relations, family values, neighbors' values, mutual support, and all this what we value in our life. And I believe very much that and this I call ethics, culture. It's not only the tools, but that's always the values that people fight for. And the job is one of the values that people will have this function. So we can't accept inequality in a such big degree that they have, talking on profit returns, market share, GDP, and all other things. I believe that being in this pandemic time, we value more and more human being. And I believe that human being will more and more monetized based on the better understanding of business community, what is sustainable growth and what is sustainable prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Pane Vladimir, for your belief again and for this important comment. And I most heartfully thank to all our, I believe, excellent speakers for all your great insights, thoughts, and deep reflections on such a complicated issues that we raised today. I believe we pictured quite a challenging map to pass to our colleagues at the next panels. And I thank you very much for that. Thank you for being with us. Pani Іванна Климпуш-Цинцадзе, пан Андрій Гондер, пані Наталія Попович, пан Володимир Лавренчук. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been an honor to actually moderate this discussion and to welcome you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. And we actually will pass this challenging map to our next panelists. The panel will take place at 5 p.m. Kyiv time, 4 p.m. Rome time, and 10 a.m. Washington time. I kindly invite all participants and guests to be back at this time, and we'll continue with the panel Integral Human Development and Education for Moral Agency, in which top leaders of the Ukrainian Catholic University will reflect on how academia can respond on the broader list of questions and challenges that we are facing today. Thank you to all participants who were with us at this panel, and we'll see you at 5 p.m. Kyiv time sharp. Thank you.
Та, ви знаєте, в мене є мрія.
Я мрію, щоб мої однолітки мали бажання залишатись жити і працювати в Україні.
Моєю мрією є стати міжнародним волонтером ООН.
Хочу подібний університет, щоб це був як Український католицький університет, а тільки Український кримсько-татарський університет.
Тихою, невтомною працею любити нашу країну.
Мене звати Нєря Шевкієва, я студентка магістерської програми з медіакомунікації УКУ. Я не українка, я кримська татарка, зростала в мусульманській сім'ї. Мабуть, завдяки цим людям, тому що тут твориться така атмосфера, відчула себе більш відкритою світові. Мені дуже-дуже сильно хотілося так само ділитися тим, що є в мені.
Ми надіємося, що кожен, який проживе, провчиться, попрацює у цій обстановці, буде виносити саме цей дух довіри.
Створення отого середовища, в якому панує поряд зі свободою, відповідальність, заклик служити, заклик свідчити. От це поєднання є для мене фантастичним.
Історія цього університету – це велика мрія, яка зростає і реалізується сьогодні. Такий університет хотів започаткувати ще митрополит Андрей Шептицький.
Митрополит Андрей Шептицький домагався цього університету. Свої 2 виступи в австрійському парламенті, 2 рази він туди навідався і кожного разу він говорив про університет.
Після 18 років ув'язнення та вимушеної еміграції патріарх Йосиф Сліпий засновує Український католицький університет у Римі. Саме у ньому зросли лідери, які після легалізації Української греко-католицької церкви започаткували УКУ в Україні.
Від самого початку університет постав з ідеєю відродження в Україні богослов'я. Разом з цим дуже сильним акцентом, який від початків був, це була історія, осмислення минулого. А далі університет реагував на потреби.
Український католицький університет пропонує вступникам 10 бакалаврських, 17 магістерських і 2 докторських програми. Філософсько-богословський факультет, гуманітарний факультет, факультет наук про здоров'я, факультет суспільних наук, факультет прикладних наук, Львівська бізнес-школа.
Мене звати Анастасія, я студентка першого курсу програми культурології УКУ. Мені дуже подобається камерність університету. Те, що УКУ – це така ще маленька спільнота, яка ще тільки розвивається, але вже досягає дуже великих успіхів.
Університету довіряють. Щораз та частіше він стає майданчиком для співпраці.
Тут у людей зростає почуття гідності і поваги до інших.
Молодь опікується дітьми зі шкіл-інтернатів, налагоджує співпрацю Сходу і Заходу України, їздить до військових та цивільних у зону війни, організовує гуманітарну допомогу для потерпілих, розвиває життя церкви, проводить спортивні змагання, організовує пізнавальні подорожі.
Мене звати Богдан, я навчаюсь на 2-му курсі комп'ютерних наук. Цього року я час від часу допомагав пані Марії з Вадіком, і вони для мене відкрили свого роду новий світ. Тому що раніше до таких людей я ставився з якимось незрозумілим мені страхом і упередженням, але зараз я розумію, що то є така сама людина, як я, яка може багато чого донести і відкрити для мене нового.
Дуже важливі досвіди для молодих людей відбуваються поза аудиторією. Фактично, університет стає тим середовищем, яке постійно молоду людину мобілізує, спонукає, заохочує, відкриває перед нею двері.
Ми розглядаємо студента в центрі як клієнта цього університету, так? І оцей підхід клієнтоцентричний до студента дуже нас підштовхує до того, щоб надавати найкращу якість.
УКУ вже переступив рамки Львова і Галичини. Ми маємо донбаську діаспору майже, маємо Харкова, маємо з Одеси, з різних регіонів. Але дуже важливо, що УКУ, збираючи це, знаєте, як магніт цих всіх людей, і одночасно відкриває можливості на цей зовнішній світ.
УКУ розміщений у 3 локаціях Львова. Навчальний корпус по вулиці Свінціцького, будинок над озером на вулиці Хуторівка та університетське містечко поблизу Стрийського парку. УКУ також відкриває нові навчальні програми у Київському центрі.
Наш головний стиль – це мислити глобально, а діяти локально.
Доброго дня! Як справа?
Віталій Коваль, випускник Львівської бізнес-школи, засновник аграрної компанії «Толока».
Атмосфера сама в УКУ, вона постійно дає поштовх до того, що ти маєш ділитись. Якщо в тебе щось вільне звільнилося з техніки, дай оголошення, почни обробляти поля інших. Дуже важливо використовувати цей ефект синергії. Якраз ця ідея була покладена в тему моєї дипломної роботи.
Ми, не побоюсь цього слова, багато чому є агентами змін. Люди беруть приклад з успішних, а успішні – це ті, хто йде органічно по своєму розвитку.
Сотні гостей з цілого світу долучились до святкувань під час подячного тижня. Богослужіння, пізнавальні лекції, дискусії, виставки та презентації витворили простір вдячності і призадуми. Головною подією тижня стало відкриття центру митрополита Андрея Шептицького.
Тут були 2 роки тому, як почали будувати храм. Аж сьогодні мені стерчить волосся на шиї. Побачити, що здійснило таке чудо, я би сказав.
І відчуваю по дусі, що я є свідком того чуда, того заповіту Андрея Шептицького і сліпого. І я на такому піднесенні не вмію словами того сказати.
Одне, що ми казали архітекторам, знаєте, наша естетика є делікатна, філігранова. У нас яєчка помальовані, ми у вишивках. І ви подивіться на цей фасад. Це є відповідь Стефана Беніша на наш дух.
Architectural style, of course, the church is traditional and the center is not, but they form a very nice group together.
Ми бачимо, що простір вільний, тобто люди інтуїтивно читають технологію цієї споруди. Люди відчувають зв'язок між ландшафтом і інтер'єром. Тут є маса терас, несподіваних ракурсів для людей, тобто маса кутків, де людині може бути по-різному, скажімо, формувати різний настрій до навчання. Для української архітектури це є просто непересічна подія.
Our standards, what we would expect, this is a very good quality, very good craftsmanship, and it's better than I expected.
Люди приходять сюди, щоб діти були в гарному середовищі, щоб діти бачили, як має жити спільнота. Це таке місце, насправді, в якому об'єднується навіть те, що часом здається, що воно не має можливості об'єднатися.
Студенти, що мені подобається, дуже позитивні. Дуже дбають про Україну. Воно не є тільки прийти і навчитися, і створити свою кар'єру.
Складається враження, що навчання – це круто, і це дуже правильний посил. Якраз в Україні цього дуже не вистачає. І мені здається, це будівля номер 1 в Україні свого плану.
Я хочу запросити сюди на сцену пана Константина Джима Темертея, який став головним жертводавцем цього будинку.
People come to me and congratulate me and thank me, but what can be bigger than to know that my name and my wife's name, my family's name, is associated forever with that great Ukrainian saintly man and hero, Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky.
Січень 2020 року. 100 випускників 6 магістерських програм востаннє входять до університету в якості його студентів.
Є вузька галузь, яка мене цікавить, це соціологія з використанням великих даних. Я хотів би присвятити своє життя, хоча б його частинку, саме дослідженню людської поведінки і покращенню деяких процесів соціальних, які зараз відбуваються.
Університет мені насправді дав багато вміння мислити. Вміння бачити в людях добро і вміння зберегти християнські цінності.
Я знаю, як реагувати на людський біль, як допомагати, але при цьому і піклуватись про себе. Це називається фахова соціальна робота.
Я завжди відчував
бажання рухатись в академічній траєкторії, але після Майдану, після окупації Криму мене якось викинуло за межі академії. Я брав участь у війні, у революційних подіях. І коли нарешті зміг трохи адаптуватись, вже знайти роботу і стати трохи на ноги, я зрозумів, що тут є університет, який мені видається найкращим в Україні.
Середній бал ЗНО вступників до університету постійно зростає. Це стосується як вже сталих, так і щойно започаткованих програм.
Попереду у нас багато різних наборів бакалаврів справа, але ви завжди залишитеся унікальними, тому що історія, як правило, пам'ятає тільки перших.
50 молодих осіб з 8 регіонів України стали першими студентами бакалаврської програми «Справа».
Через те, що в мене з самого дитинства така загострене почуття справедливості.
У мене тато правник, і я ним дуже пишаюся, я хотіла би бути як він.
Абсолютна більшість цих молодих людей мали можливість навчатися за кошт держави. Але обрали вони приватний університет. Чому?
Це рейтинги, це найвищий рейтинг в Україні.
Тому що УКУ – це є європейські стандарти з християнськими цінностями і етичністю.
Ну і колектив, тобто вчитись розумним, набагато цікавіше.
Адже це досвід, за яким люди їдуть зі всієї країни сюди.
Чи є можлива в Україні правнича освіта європейського зразка? Пошук відповіді на це питання триває.
Зміни в українському суспільстві, які творяться завдяки університету, завдяки студентам, викладачам, випускникам університету, вони є неможливі без зміни правової системи. А змінити правову систему можна лише змінивши юридичну освіту.
Близько половини студентів університету отримують знижки в оплаті за навчання. Тарас Курилко отримує соціальну стипендію.
Така ситуація. Все так не буде. Надіюсь, що буде краще, що вернеться і буде тут.
Батько Тараса на заробітках у Польщі. Мама живе у селі Хватів і працює у ветеринарній аптеці.
В 2014 році тато Тарасів добровольцем пішов на війну. Ну, то для мене був шок, бо я не сподівалася і не думала, він же ж не молодий. Ну, 50 років, то вже, знаєте, але йому було шкода тих молодих хлопців.
Тарас є організатором найбільшої студентської акції «Ніч в УКУ».
Загалом нам вдалося на кожній такій події зібрати близько 150 студентів. І, як на мене, такий досвід такого проєкту показує на те, наскільки активне студентське самоврядування в УКУ, наскільки воно є багатогранним, обширним. І то нам вдалося побачити, що все ж таки скільки багато проєктів існує в університеті і як можуть вони співдіяти разом. І це був дійсно унікальний досвід.
Що це вона за університет, в якому храм займає центральне місце?
Десь, якщо якийсь є важливий екзамен чи якесь практичне заняття, перед яким трохи хвилююся, то це таким стає якимось прибіжищем. Трохи втамувався, приземлився, подякував за ті якісь знання, чи навпаки там поділився переживаннями з Богом, і тоді стає якось легше, стає якось розуміння того, що ти йдеш вже назад за руку з Богом на той екзамен чи на те практичне заняття.
У храмі відбувається постійний процес створення нового. Цього року група митців завершила оздоблення мозаїчного купола церкви Святої Софії Премудрості Божої. Також і в час карантину храм залишається місцем, де зустріч спільноти, де молитва завжди триває. Карантин ускладнив життя університету, але ненадовго.
І до речі, тобто, як в нас четвер сказали, що карантин, а вже в п'ятницю у нас почалися зум-лекції.
Опитування показало, що 90% навчання в онлайн перевели без втрат.
Почати дистанційне навчання для мене якихось таких технічних моментів у мене не було зовсім проблем. Викладачі на нашій програмі досить швидко відповідають, і з ними можна комунікувати без жодних проблем.
Але насправді дуже багато речей почав набагато краще робити, друкувати англійською. Це дуже круто, тому що приходили на англійську, ми здебільшого говорили, а тут треба дуже багато ще писати домашні завдання.
Абсолютна більшість студентів та викладачів переконані, що навантаження зросло.
Ми хочемо бачити молоду людину, яка буде приходити в 25-му році на свою роботу чи в 30-му році на свою роботу і буде абсолютно готова і професійно, і морально, і етично, і психологічно, і навичково діяти і взаємодіяти в цьому невідомому новому світі. І це є один комплекс задач, перед яким нам вже раніше постав, так, і лише криза зараз пов'язана з пандемією і з економічною кризою, тільки пришвидшила це думання.
Ще задовго до карантину УКУ інвестував у розвиток онлайн-освіти. Основною базою стала система CMS УКУ. Ще до карантину у ній було 134 онлайн-курси.
Dear participants and guests, we're continuing with our conference and with the second panel discussion, Integral Human Development and Education for Moral Agency, in which top leaders of the Ukrainian Catholic University will share their ideas and their insights how academia can respond on the most crucial challenges of nowadays. And I would like to give a floor to moderator of this panel, Sofia Opatska, the founding dean, the chairwoman of the supervisory board of Lviv Business School of the Ukrainian Catholic University, vice rector for academic affairs of the Ukrainian Catholic University. Sofia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oksana. Welcome to our panel discussion. Well, I would like to say in the beginning that February I'm sorry. That's a good start of the panel discussion in the technological age. I think that's one of the most popular beginnings. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? Well, thank you for being patient. I would like to start our panel discussion maybe with a short notice how usually February looks like at the Ukrainian Catholic University. There is great faculty of social science, and they become the central point of the university usually in February, in the end of February, because that's the third year when they organize wonderful conference, Integral Human Development in the digital age. And every year we get new insights, we get new speakers, and we get new partners, and we are very glad that this year conference became really, really global. This panel is being prepared by Ukrainian Catholic University, and I will be speaking with the prominent philosophers of this university and prominent public figures. As you might have guessed, my background is in business and is very practical. Some people would say even pragmatic. So I will try to challenge my colleagues, if I may say so, to bring their philosophical thoughts and insights into more everyday life and how we can take it and actually change our world for better. So allow me to introduce Miroslav Marinovich, who is on my right, who is vice rector for mission in our university. I really don't know any other university where you have vice rector for mission. And Miroslav would probably say whatever it means, but for us it means that we really care about our mission, our culture. And one of the very important responsibilities for Miroslav is to really cherish that and help us stay with our values. Also on my right is Orisa Bila. She is head of philosophical department of our university. And I must say that sometimes I'm a little bit scared of philosophy, but when I look at Orisa, I think
anybody can understand philosophy in the way how she explains that. For example, recently there was wonderful video on YouTube about human dignity. So I invite everybody to watch that video, and you will be for sure thinking like me. On my left, there is Volodymyr Turchinovsky. As you probably understood, he is the major driver of this whole conference, and he's putting lots of people in his bus and drives it. And he's also Dean of the Faculty of Social Science. And the last but not least is first Vice Rector of Ukrainian Catholic University, Taras Dubko, who is also a philosopher, but also he wrote a lot of papers about happiness. So once again, philosophy is not scary. It can be very practical. Everybody wants to be happy in times of COVID, especially. So let's start. I would like to invite Miroslav Marinovich to be the first one to open our floor and discussion. And I would like to ask Miroslav to talk a little bit about context in which we are not only political or economic, but also from the point of view of values. You have been actually punished very, I would say, strictly when you had to spend 10 years in Soviet camps because of values. So how does it look in 2021 to see how values are developing in our society? And I mean society, not only Ukrainian, but society globally. You're welcome.
Thank you. The panelists, the participants, first of all, let me introduce you to the context of the Ukrainian situation from the point of view of values. Today, Ukraine has to overcome two challenges at the same time, post-communist and hopefully, postmodern. Speaking of the communist past, I sometimes use a rather risky phrase. The greatest victims of communism were not those who perished, but those who survived. To survive, they had to radically change their ethical basis. The communist system was not without any morality. It just shifted aside the previous absolute morals, which were normal for the Christian perspective, Christian paradigm, into the Bolshevik formula. The moral is what is useful for the proletariat. After the collapse of communism, the system of values has not automatically returned to the Christian one. We found ourselves in a typical postmodern situation of relativism with its formula, the moral is what is useful for me. So now we have to deal with the consequences of that. Too many of post-Soviet politicians benefit politically and financially from the post-Soviet disorder and try to preserve that disorder ad calendas grecas. Soviet disorder and the court system has become the instrument of the so-called selective justice, that is, setting accounts with political rivals. Mass corruption undermines the chances of the nation to reform the political and economic orders. Paternalistic stereotypes and instincts are still very powerful to make corruption a preferred way of the Ukrainian style of business as usual. Our task as a Catholic university is absolutely clear: to promote restoration of the valid system of values. What we need is human freedom combined with personal responsibility. Our hope may be expressed by the logo of the year 2012 conference in Madrid I took part in. That is, the forces that change the world are the same that change the human heart. That's why we want our people to do what the Eastern Christian liturgy calls them to do: elevate your hearts. This is, be sure that living honestly doesn't mean becoming a loser. However, the consequences of the communist deprivation of freedom for the sake of dogmatized ideology are not the only challenges we have to overcome. Ukraine faces also the consequences of moral relativism caused by the postmodern misusage of freedom. How to distinguish the truth among the many faces of lies today? The multiplication of alternative truths undermines the ability of governments to make right decisions. The new realities brought old shortcomings back from the abyss. In today's world, authoritarian ideas have become popular again. Governments are tainted with the logic of national selfishness. We face the chain reaction of hatred that infects more and more people. Violence is increasingly presenting itself as the only way to stop evil. To stop these dangerous trends is too much for a single nation alone. There is a great need to conceptually reload the fundamental ideas underlying human civilization. And values-based universities can play an important role here, as, for example, our conference today. This task requires intellectual platforms that could become crucibles for nurturing new ideas. Again, Ukrainian Catholic University can and should become one of such platforms, as the freedom of intellectual search and intellectual inquiry, disciplined by ethical principles, is the core of its mission. We need to get out of the fog of the lowlands, to see the higher ground, the peaks of great ideas. The latter must again attract us with their magnetism and inspire confidence in them. So it might happen the solutions that our university offers to Ukraine may be important for the whole world as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Miroslava. I will come back with more questions to you later on. But thank you for this opening remarks, because in some way they maybe take a lot from the what have been talked about in the previous panel, where we had a lot of people from business talking about very concrete, specific challenges of the last year, and you have been able, to put this into different perspective of the global world and global thinking, and of those challenges of thinking, and our sometimes I might even say some kind of paradigm questions which every one of us as a human being is facing, but also we as a the whole society are facing. So the name of our panel is Integral Human Development and Education for Moral Agency. And now I would like to start unfold this name, because we have pretty complicating how to say it, notions in it, and we have to put them somehow together. So I would like Volodymyr to talk a little bit about did integral human development an approach to that, and we as human creatures in this process, did we change in last year? Are we talking differently about integral human development today than we did 2 or 3 years ago? And you should know, because you run this conference. So you should have this memory of how we do it.
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. I just want to begin by saying that you look wonderful among philosophers and public thinkers. Doesn't seem to be scared much. I want us to think about the future. We constantly define our future by choosing a certain preferred course of action. In a world of management, we conveniently would think that our preferred course of action is defined by our vision of the future and a set of goals we want to achieve. Essentially, we have two types of questions which relate us to our future accomplishments. These are how and why questions, namely how to achieve our vision and why shall we pursue this particular vision of ours. Both are very important questions, but of a different character though. The how question reflects our technological mentality, focused on finding ways to get something done, produced, or fixed. The second one, the why question, is about meanings, values, and principles, and therefore it implies certain moral vision along with it, which helps to frame an answer we are looking for. Amazing technologies we have at our disposal now is a great illustration how advanced we might be in answering how questions. Think of the last week NASA rover Perseverance landing on the red planet after a 300 million mile journey. At the same time, the social and political insecurity, instability, and mounting uncertainties we observe globally clearly illustrate that we are not as great in asking and answering why questions. I think there's a great deal of confusion, misunderstanding, disrespect of facts and truths, dishonesty and populism, which blurs our understanding of and undermines our sensitivity for the social and civic matters and values. Think of the recent violent protests in DC, or a war launched by Russia against Ukraine, or you can easily make your own pick. However, sadly, we have an abundantly rich collection of cases to choose from. My today's proposal to our audience is to let us engage ourselves in thinking about the future. I suggest that we do so not so much by having a kind of strategy session, but rather by activating our discernment capacity. This is especially so since the time of crisis is always a right time to think about what is important. It's a proper time to ask ourselves about the values, virtues, and principles. To discern our path to the future, we should be able to articulate some guiding principles. I think this is how we discern our why questions and begin to unpack the answers. One of the core intuitions underlying our conference is mentioned at the very top of the conference webpage. It says, in a time of widespread isolation, let's talk about how to build better societies with the spirit of solidarity. The COVID crisis has manifested our vulnerability as humankind on a global scale. It has revealed not only how vulnerable we are from the public health viewpoint, but it has also revealed how fragile and insecure we are when it comes to the quality of our social fabric. Francis, in his Let Us Dream, written along with Austin Ivory, writes that, quote, COVID has unmasked the other pandemic, the virus of indifference, which is the result of constantly looking away, telling ourselves that because there is no immediate or magic solution, it is better not to feel anything, end quote. We do hope that vaccination would allow us to combat COVID virus, or at least to minimize its impact. Yet, when it comes to the virus of indifference, the only way to develop and sustain a kind of spiritual immunity to it is to live our lives in the spirit of solidarity. Solidarity is neither a skill, nor a method, nor a kind of social technique, which once being mastered and practiced would allow us to fix or prevent social problems and challenges. Solidarity's first motion isn't about fixing something, it's about caring for somebody. Solidarity wouldn't be what it should be without acknowledgement of our mutual dependency. When it comes to understanding our human condition, I believe that interdependency is a richer concept if contrasted with the idea of personal independence. I think we often tend to understand our independence in a purely transactional terms. I'm not sure how accurate would be my following example, and yet I would dare to assume that our children at some point might experience a desire for more and more independence because, in their minds, Becoming independent would allow them, as they might imagine, not to be dependent anymore on everything being given to them as a gift. It might look so much better when you can get what you want through some kind of a transaction without the need of stepping into a gift relationship. The parents, in the eyes of a child, may be perceived so much more independent because they can allow themselves to be transactional and thus independent in their adult lives. By the way, I think we can detect a similar kind of motivation in the prodigal son parable. Even if we are willing to acknowledge our dependence, more often than not, we would start looking for some ways to liberate ourselves from it. We constantly practice this kind of liberation by which we are trying to make ourselves free from God, other human beings, history, culture, and eventually and paradoxically from our own selves. Is there a path of liberation which acknowledges a deeper meaning, an opportunity in our human condition of dependency, other than overcoming it by self-separation, isolation, or even negation of others? Notre Dame professor Carter Snead, in one of his recent articles, makes a reference to the British philosopher Roger Scruton's profound insight that, quote, our field of obligation is wider than the field of choice. Our field of obligation is wider than the field of choice. From an individualistic viewpoint, this is about maximizing field of choice and minimizing dependency. This is an impossible and terrifying statement. Shouldn't we think of a liberation and liberty as grounded in solidarity? Shouldn't we think of ourselves as being invited to enter into a gift economy, wherein a gift isn't conditioned by return on investment calculations? We are indeed bound by a gift given to us, but not in the sense of having an obligation to pay it back, but rather in the sense of being called to establish a relationship of gratitude. Thus, gratitude becomes a source and a force of liberation. A liberation which is profoundly relational and community-oriented in this case. My own discernment exercise suggests that we live in the time at which we cannot assume that academic reflection and technological rationality only can guarantee us the future we all wish to deserve. I believe we do need a power of moral imagination and a courage for moral agency to build a future respectful of human dignity and common good. Moral imagination isn't only about acknowledging certain realities, phenomena, or facts, such as dependency, wars, hungers, poverties, migrations, etc., but it enables one to see himself or herself in the dependent child, the disabled, the elderly, the poor, the refugee, the suffering, the dying. Moral imagination is also about seeing my personal life as a history of unconditional gifts already given and still to be given to me in the future. I find it helpful to think of the concept of integral human development as a process or as a path of becoming the kind of people who are capable of making the good of others their own, meaning that the good of others becomes our own intention, motivation, dedication, struggle, and if needed, a sacrifice. This is not a transactional attitude of keeping my own balance while self-making myself into a success of my own kind. I conclude by asking the following question. How can our universities become places and communities at which moral imagination, courage, and moral agency are awakened and nourished? Thank you.
I have so many questions, but I am afraid if I start to ask them and we start discussion, neither Orisa nor Taras will have a chance to talk. So I invite kindly Orisa now. And my question would be, Orisa, to you. Moral agents. So we have in the name integral human development and education for moral agency. Are we happy with number of people who can be named moral agents? Do we need more of such people? It's often said that speed of changes in the society are defined not by majority but by minority. The direction of changes defined by minority, but speed is defined by majority. So tell us more about this part of the name of the panel.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, we need to...
We have some suggestions how to... to be more helpful to our participants.
Okay, the title of my paper is Courage to Tell the Truth is the Courage to Transform the World. So we talked today about moral agency, and I would like to start from far away, but to start to understand the situation now, I will start from 60s. Half a century ago, a French philosopher, Michel Foucault, raised one of the most important issues of our time. That is relation between power and knowledge. According to Foucault, the modern situation is a situation of influence and interaction of numerous anonymous forces, in a plexus of which a modern subject is formed. Human freedom and autonomy are nothing more than illusions. We, our preferences, our behavior, our thinking, says Foucault, are the products of the influence of many big players, whose faces are hardly familiar to us. And to be honest, it's doubtful whether they have a face in a usual sense in which we are accustomed. These are not individual influential people, or even the boards of directors of large corporations, not even the Bill Gates. The forces that shape our existence are random, irrational, and often invisible until we are confronted with the results of their influence. Their number is a legion, as the evangelist Luke would say, and they are woven into amazing and bizarre combinations. One of these we can see today under the name pandemic COVID-19. And here I would like to point out that in any way, I do not deny the existence and threat of the disease with which we are now dealing in the world. People who suffer and die as a result of the disease are the most reliable and saddest confirmation of its reality. However, I would like to focus on another aspect of the pandemic, its social, political, economic, and cultural manifestations. The situation with the virus has served as a starting point, launching a number of rather complex and often problematic social processes. We do not know whether we are doomed to such a development, that is, whether there was an acceleration of events that were to occur as a result of previously established circumstances, or the current situation is a completely new situation that is the result of the game of blind forces, so to say, so-called black swan, as Nassim Taleb would say, right? But in an attempt to understand what is happening, we are passionately looking for information. Fortunately, in today's world, there is enough information, and sometimes too much. Much of modern industry focuses on the production and transmission of information. The downside of the medal is that although there is a lot of information, it is often contradictory. Statistics on the same issues are interpreted differently, and the results are transformed into completely different strategies of dealing with the situation. Emotionally charged news inclined the audience to take certain sides. As a result, we experience a lack of meaning in the data stream. Instead of helping us to understand the world, it complicates or even obscures one's vision of the future. Modern people are left with a feeling of permanent information chaos, which in turn blocks the formation of an adequate response to the challenges of reality and results in growing public frustration, mistrust, and aggression. Thank you. In the spring of 2020, a new social network, Clubhouse, was launched. Today, we are witnessing a real excitement in the desire to join it. Since the demand is high, and to join the network, one needs an invitation from its actual participants, the market price is skyrocketing from $12 to $150 for an invite. The prices, of course, is the marketing question. However, there is such a great demand on another social network. Why? Are we really short on information? Or maybe the answer is to be sought somewhere else. Medium is the message, wrote Marshall McLuhan. The audio format of the network makes it convenient for users with wireless headphones. Its capacity to provide information here and now without the slightest delay is an extremely attractive proposal of information capitalism, especially when social influencers like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, or Oprah also join the game. However, the real uniqueness of Clubhouse is in its possibility, even if only hypothetical, of free speech. Clubhouse is a new virtual agora, where everyone can be heard here and now. Is it really important in the modern democratic world to have one more place to speak out? Do we really lack freedom of expression? To understand the answer to this question, I will return to Michel Foucault. After devoting most of his life to the study of modernity and the question of how the Western world became what it is now, Foucault came to the conclusion that the modern subject is not an autonomous subject at all, speaking in the language of philosophy. He does not take active part in self-creation and is the result of numerous anonymous powers outside of himself. The subject is in the classical sense. The subject in the classical sense as an active agent is fiction. Foucault introduces the term governmentality to describe techniques and strategies for governing society. The idea of governing is understood by the philosopher to be more broad than political government and includes a variety of control techniques over society. One of the simplest examples of governmentality techniques is fake surveillance cameras in stores and restaurants that are installed to regulate potential destructive customer behavior. Another example are algorithms that are used by large search engines like Google or social networks that make us to select certain content, offer certain advertisement, and help us finding friends. The subject, thus, is sculpted by institutions, social relations, the game of blind forces. The place where these anonymous forces exercise their power is body and mind. For example, large corporations like Facebook have successfully learned to use algorithms for sales. We know many examples of that. However, they sell not only goods, but also political preferences. We remember the high-profile case of Cambridge Analytica that collected psychological profiles of network users for election manipulation in the US and the Brexit referendum in the UK. It seems that humanity as we knew it is a thing of the past. The time has come for a generation of controlled and forgivable Homo sapiens whose behavior can be calculated and directed. Foucault and many intellectuals of his generation, just like today, did not agree to this state of things. The last few years of his life he spent studying the phenomenon of an ancient concept of paresia, which he believed could help him to find an answer to the situation. The Greek word paresia means the courage to tell the truth. It's an opportunity for free speech, which is embedded in the very idea of democracy. It's not simply a right to speak publicly, but a moral duty for the sake of others. The one who uses paresia, the paresiast, is someone who says everything he has in mind. He does not hide anything, but opens his heart and mind completely to other people through his discourse. This is the type of speech that results in a transformation of reality. In the history of the ancient world, Foucault distinguishes three types of paresia. The first, democratic, is the courage to tell the truth to one's fellow citizens. He who speaks always risks. In times, the price of his truth-telling is his own life. But since the goal of the paresiast is the well-being of the polis, he does it out of a sense of duty. The second type is autocratic paresia. A paresiast is a sage from the tyrants in entourage, who bravely turns to him to open his eyes to the current state of affairs. He also risks, because the tyrant can always listen to his followers and execute the truth teller. Finally, the third type is a cynical paresia. It's called after the name of the Cynics, a school of ancient Greek philosophers. For cynics, speaking the truth is impossible without the practice of truth. To speak the truth is to live, and to live it requires great courage, because it's life in spite of threats and disadvantages. Paresia becomes a manifestation of self, but not a selfish bulge, but a means of active self-creation. If we, our dominant social institutions, our culture, are just a combination of coincidences, a result of interplay of anonymous forces, then we have no other way to master the situation other than become one of those active principles that form a new discourse, violate established rules of the game, and set new ones. Paresia, as the courage to tell the truth, is epithemeleia, the care of the self. In this sense, the first Christian martyrs and ascetics were also Paresians, who testified their beliefs through their lifestyles. The cynic and Christian asceticism is a logical consequence of the Paresiast attitude. The discourse of faith is integrated into the practice of life and cannot be considered in isolation from it. And here I would like to quote John, the first chapter. "And the Word has become flesh and dwelt among us, full of grace and truth." Now I want to go back to the Clubhouse. Clubhouse doesn't waste your time sharing any unnecessary information, says the app developers. The goal of the Clubhouse is sharing constructive conversations, a direct language that will open visions of the future, the biggest deficit of the present, as we already mentioned here. A social network based on the principles of direct speech hits the heart of the global crisis. It promises to form a true picture of the world, to speak freely, to tell the truth, to explain what's happening, what this world is like, and how we should act in it. This is the promise of Clubhouse. The evident problem of the growing number of the Clubhouse users is not to get lost in this broadcast bazaar, because the very opportunities to speak publicly does not mean that the majority cannot be wrong. It does not protect against the uncritical assimilation of other people's views, and is quite problematic, especially for a large group of people. The Greek called this practice of speech isegoria, equality of all in freedom of speech. Unlike paresia, it was not a matter of honor, it does not involve risks, and it does not follow from the obligation to tell the truth. The potential of Clubhouse is huge, but the disadvantages are very obvious. Thus, the question of the locus of paresia remains open. Can we offer such conditions where it will be nurtured as a value of democratic world? What conditions are required for this? Let me offer just 5 questions that will help us to search for this big question. First of all, the democratic agora is a place of fellow citizens. The birthplace of truth, as we know it, since the times of Socrates, is an interpersonal space that requires not so much of geographical dimension, but an interpersonal one, to be present and ready to listen and respond. Second, the place of paresia is a place of fostering values. It's possible only as an act of bringing up something that matters. Thus, the locus of paresia presupposes a set of basic values shared by the community. Third, the locus of paresia is a place of openness to an honest honest analysis of the situation. This means cultivating critical and analytical thinking, the ability to notice details and to think integrally. And finally, the locus of paresia is the place of courage. It's important to provide a space where one can openly go against the established order if required. This means that the community must cultivate the virtue of courage and be prepared for critical voices even inside of it. And finally, the place of paresia is a place of practice. Because speaking the truth is not possible without the practice of truth. Paresia does not make sense if it does not transform reality for the better. The question that I would like here to leave for reflection in today's conference is the following. Are Catholic universities ready to be a place of paresia for our societies? Are we the free land where one can think and speak freely, where asceticism becomes possible, the practice of exercising oneself in truth? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Orisa. I think we learned a lot
from your speech, I guess this is one of the purposes here. And I think I have to be very humble and just address your question to Taras, because this is exactly the goal of the panel, to understand, can Catholic universities play a role in development of integral human development? Can it be developed? I'm sure you have some good answers to that. And while you are preparing, I would like to say that we are also very glad that we are not the only university looking for those answers, but there are great partners who are partners. Sorry for saying it once again, but we are truly happy that we have such great partners in this conference from Italy and from United States, and we hope that it will give us even broader perspective. So you're welcome.
So thank you, Sophia. All of these are great questions. So I don't think I will be able to answer all of them, but perhaps at least some. So the title of my presentation is Catholic Universities and Integral Human Development. So basically, there are two things which most clearly, to my mind, distinguish Catholic universities from their secular peers. The first is their explicit commitment to the holistic development of their students, and secondly, their appreciation of the community. So Catholic universities aim at educating the whole person, thus endorsing Pope Francis' statement, I quote, that educating is not only filling the head with concepts, but teaching how to use the three languages: the language of the mind, the language of the heart, and the language of the hand. Catholic universities celebrate a communal way of life, foster commitment to the common good, and prepare students for service in their communities. In other words, any Catholic university, by its very nature, follows a philosophy of integral human development to some extent. But of course, any single Catholic university could do it more or less intentionally, more or less creatively, more or less successfully. If we take an example of Notre Dame's Keough School of Global Affairs, it has adopted the promotion of integral human development as its overarching framework that gives a distinct and articulate shape to the school's academic life and profile. In September 2020, the Ukrainian Catholic University launched its new strategy 2025, named A Serving University. Education today is more than preservation, transfer, or production of knowledge. It is also about the contribution which an educational institution makes to society. UKO is going to measure its success in its new strategy not so much in terms of its quantitative growth, but based on its social impact both locally and globally. And the concept of integral human development fits well both as a goal and a method to advance UKO's vision as a serving university. The historic definition of integral human development we know comes from Pope Paul VI in his encyclical Populorum Progressio. I quote, "Development cannot be restricted to economic growth alone. To be authentic, it must be well-rounded. It must foster the development of each person and of the whole person," end of quote. Basically, the integral human development concept describes a life with dignity. It becomes possible only with the recognition of the multidimensional nature of the human person and the importance of right relationships in a society and with creation. It's about flourishing of the whole person and every person in a just and peaceful society. It is based on the holistic understanding of the human well-being, comprising its economic, social, political, cultural, ecological, and spiritual dimensions. And it is characterized by the commitment to the sacredness of human life and the dignity of the human person in the social, political, economic, and legal arrangements of a society. As our friend Clement Sedmak pointed out, I quote, "The concept can be translated into two imperatives. Don't leave anyone behind, and make sure that each dimension of the person counts," End of quote. So integral human development is employed as a fundamental concept for facing the complex challenges and opportunities involved in the dignified human life and social progress. At this point, it is worth mentioning that a consensus that human development could not be adequately assessed by reference solely to GDP or other economic factors has been gradually constructed in a secular setting as well. Thus, we are well aware of OECD Better Life Index, which acknowledges that there is more to the quality of life than the cold numbers of GDP and economic statistics. We also know about seemingly extravagant attempts like that of the government of Bhutan to substitute Gross National Happiness Index for Gross Domestic Product Index as a measure for assessing public policies and government performance. We also remember a prophetic statement by Robert Kennedy about gross national product measuring, I quote, everything except that which makes life worthwhile. But perhaps the most prominent attempt to introduce more diversity into the assessment of human welfare was the creation of the United Nations Human Development Index 3 decades ago. It is based on the so-called capabilities approach to development. HDI was intended to assess what makes for a basic quality of life. 3 factors: long and healthy life, education, and a decent standard of living, which is measured by gross national income per capita. In December 2020, UNDP issued its annual Human Development Report entitled The Next Frontier, Human Development and the Anthropocene. The report emphasizes the interconnectedness of the planetary and social imbalances we face. It calls for the reorientation of our approach, I quote, from solving discrete, siloed problems to navigating multidimensional, interconnected, and increasingly universal predicaments, end of quote. So the report is based on the recognition of the complexity of the situation we are dealing with and the insufficiency of looking for isolated solutions to specific problems. So the report introduces the concept of nature-based human development to navigate human flourishing so that it can happen alongside easing planetary pressures. I quote, "The increasingly important questions for many countries are not about the overall size of the pie, but the relative size of its slices. In this year's report, we also worry about the oven." End of quote. The report advances an argument for making equity, innovation, and stewardship of nature central to what it means to live a good life. It puts high on the agenda the eradication of poverty in all its forms. I quote, "a firm commitment not to leave anyone behind in the process." End of quote. Poverty is not attributed here only to those who suffer economic hardships. It is a wider category, with some parallels to many phases of poverty as described in the message of Pope Francis on the first World Day of the Poor in 2017. I quote, "Poverty challenges us daily in phases marked by suffering, marginalization, oppression, violence, torture and imprisonment, war, deprivation of freedom and dignity, ignorance and illiteracy, medical emergencies and shortage of work, trafficking and slavery, exile, extreme poverty, and forced migration. To all these forms of poverty, we must respond with a new vision of life and society." End of quote. Such a human development is an ambitious goal, not easy to achieve. It requires an adequate anthropology, sound moral source, and mature ethical agency as a basis for political action and public engagement. There's a beautiful book by Notre Dame scholar Christian Smith entitled Atheist Overreach. In this book, Christian Smith makes an argument that to ground and sustain commitment to high ethical standards, to ideas and practices that are difficult and costly, like those of universal benevolence or nature-based human development for argument's sake, requires a robust I quote, narrative that satisfactorily explains to doubters the reality and reasons behind the belief commitments themselves, end of quote. To perceive another person as a brother or a sister, in nature as a home, requires moral strength and spiritual energy, which couldn't be derived from the secular sources alone. It must be a vision of the human person of no less sublimity as that of an image of God. Then it could really nourish fraternity experience or inspire selfless care for nature and creation. Or as John Cavadini, another Notre Dame scholar, argues that, I quote, the preferential option for the poor is a category derived from revelation, and not in the first instance a category of unaided scientific reason. It is not a doctrine that can come from the secular disciplines, not even philosophy, end of quote. The spiritual energy for such an endeavor to promote the common good and contribute to the development of the whole person in each person does not come from nowhere. It implies an awareness that people are not just members of one biological species or bearers of rational consciousness. It is grounded in the understanding that we are daughters and sons of the one Father, from capital F. Such a metanoia is necessary if we want to move beyond shaky social balance of selfish impulses, private financial interests, class antagonisms, tribal complaints and grievances, and power games. This knowledge opens a moral source for the spiritual strength to work hard for this ambitious goal and not to give up when confronted with injustice, animosity, or hatred. Catholic universities could play a unique role in empowering people for ethical agency in the world for the sake of our neighbors and communities. Moral agency based on the evangelical vision of the human person creates a space and momentum for right relationships that are crucial for integral human development. Father David Hollenbach, in his essay on a relational understanding of human development, writes that, I quote, advancing human development requires strengthening relationships that bind persons to each other in communities and institutions. Integral human development, therefore, can be seen as the advancement of the whole person and of all persons through their participation in social and institutional relationships that enable them to live with dignity, end of quote. Or as Archbishop Boris Gudziak puts it, I quote, our strength resides in relationships, not just in myself or yourself. It grows in between us. It is interpersonal. It is both divine and human. It draws its power from collaboration, solidarity, and making oneself a gift for others. End of quote. It is no wonder that in his message for the launch of the Compact on Education last year, Pope Francis calls for creating a network of human and open relationships. For this, we need a courage to put the person at the center and to form people who are willing to put themselves at the service of their community. In the Instrumentum Laboris, Pope Francis mentions that, I quote, service can not only be a training activity among others, but it can become the fundamental method through which all knowledge and skills can be transmitted and acquired. We could point to this process as a development from education to service to education as service, whereby our brethren are both the way and the goal of education. End of quote. Catholic universities invite students to learn to serve, as opposed to I am great attitude. In fostering an ethos of integral human development, they offer an alternative to a culture which preaches one's advancement by making others subordinate or suppressing others. We hope that any Catholic university following faithfully its vocation for integral human development could become a life-changing story for young people and enable them to encounter the world and their role in it with joy, responsibility, gratitude, hospitality, spiritual strength, and freedom.
Thank you, Tarase. I have also a number of questions, but I would like to start with a very practical one. I'm sure we have a lot of people from university community, either our university or other universities, communities, watching our stream, and maybe they will be watching the video later on. What does it mean practically? What does it mean for me as a faculty member? What can I do? How can I do it? do you have any suggestions what can be done? Or, for example, maybe you can give a couple of examples from Ukrainian Catholic University, because you have mentioned Strategy 2025, and obviously if we are serving university such great ideas, they should find their place in some project.
Thank you, Sophia. So at the beginning, Volodymyr has mentioned already that we, the Ukrainian Catholic University, are launching an integral human development think tank in the program with the generous support from the Porticus Foundation. And, to respond to your question, I would like to briefly describe what this program entails. So, as I mentioned, there are two wings, actually two parts to this integral human development, in which is one is integral human development program and another is a think tank. When we talk about integral human development program, we speak about educating young people as public leaders based on a specific, what we call educational toolbox, which comprises several elements which are very important for us. For example, core curriculum, which is based on Catholic intellectual tradition on the one hand and liberal arts on the other hand. Or, for example, church social thought or complexity thinking. Service, we are going to introduce pedagogy of service learning across curriculum in the university. Also, entrepreneurial mindset, which means that our courses or some learning should be project-based or, for example, based on learning by teaching, let's say, of senior students, by senior students of younger students, and of course leadership for service. And this program, this educational toolbox, actually is represented or should be represented finally in OKU graduate profile, which kind of present this well-rounded graduate with all these skills that are described in the concept of integral human development. And to achieve this, this program will be structured around 4 areas of human capacities, like perception, motivation, reflection, and action. All these are important. All these somehow facilitate each other. This works like a virtuous cycle. But I would like to mention that, as I said, perception, to be able to perceive the problems in the world, to be able to define them in the right way. So it's very important. But students also, before they reflect on these problems, they have to learn the logic of the heart. So to build their motivation. Then comes reflection. In an uncertain world, it's very important for students, for young people, to be able to reflect about this complexity and then chart the course of their action. But of course, we as humans are here in the world to act and change things for the better. So to do it well, we need not only ethical guidance or sharp intelligence, but also leadership to act. Also the entrepreneurial mind to believe that things could be different. I think all of this should be learned by the students. And if you talk about integral human development think tank, of course, as any think tank, it will work on research and build expertise, also producing analytical reports, case studies, continuing development program in integral human development, prepare public intellectual discussions in many other established collaboration network and many other things. But it's important for us at university that it will happen around 6 clusters, which we call OKU complexity framework, in which comprise promotion of the vision of the ethical nature of all human affairs, mastering technological advancement in the advent of the digital age, learning how to appreciate so-called robot-proof way of life, fostering attitude of care for creation, and mastering skills to pursue a sustainable development agenda, developing a sense for social justice and empathy for marginalized, dispossessed, and displaced, developing appreciation for the common good and community service, and thus meeting challenge of civic alienation and democratic deficit. And finally, we started our panel from this issue of Ukraine's past. I think it's important to reflect on the trauma of communism and its tragic lessons, to make, among other things, the liberal democracy also more immune to the radical leftist social constructivism utopias. So this will be, I think, our task, and where we will think, where we will test, and where we will share.
Thank you. So it looks like that this is not couple of pages of very nice fancy words, but this is very practical thing which we hope to see in our graduates, and which we hope our graduates will take through their life and will give us feedback how we did our job. And exactly what Orisa said, are we doing well enough as universities, as Catholic universities? So thank you, Tarase. I suggest that we open the floor for the discussion. As I mentioned, I have a number of questions. So we might jump from one speech to another speech, but I also encourage you to challenge each other, because I believe that this conversation and the process of this conversation can bring a lot of meaning, not only for us and reflections, but also for other people. So maybe I will start with you, Vlodko, because you have been speaking about solidarity a lot. And Miroslava was talking about paternalism. And I know that very often people mix solidarity with paternalism. I mean, what is yours, it's mine, but what is mine is not for sure yours. How can we bring this notion of solidarity to the society which has post-communist trauma, and which actually even 30 years after independence of our country, we still see a lot of, even in young people who never lived in Soviet times, a lot of attitudes which were common in Soviet times. And obviously Soviets had different understanding of solidarity.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you about your question. I think that probably my most kind of direct answer would be that I would really associate solidarity with three people. I mean, to me, you simply can't be in that mode and modality of solidarity if you're not like a free person. So I think this is why I think, by the way, during the Soviet time, I mean, the whole kind of paternalistic attitude has emerged, because I mean, the society wasn't really interested at all in educating people for freedom. That was like a different approach. And this is how they kind of managed to educate, I think, most of the people, to the extent that they were thinking, well, I mean, there is someone that is supposed to take care of me. I think that it's not only, I mean, I think we could also probably find similar moments, not only in the kind of Soviet style life, but I can also imagine a kind of a tendency, if you look at the kind of Western world, there's something which I can refer to as a kind of outsourcing of responsibility. I mean, if you look at the whole kind of citizenship approach, I think, by the way, that's probably one of the greatest challenges we have now in the Western democracies, is like the idea of civic virtues and values. So which I think it's my kind of responsibility as a citizen to think about my neighbor and think about the common good. Somehow that's also a challenge which we have to overcome here. So to me, I would often think of our university, Catholic University, and our kind of mission in terms of educating people for freedom, or educating free people. Because if you would kind of ask me, kind of what would be the essence, what would be my kind of short answer to this, I would say yes, we're kind of working to educate free people here, and with this comes the whole kind of concept of, I think, solidarity, being able to take responsibility not only for myself but for someone else. So I would kind of move in that direction, answering your question.
So maybe I will pass the mic to Miroslav and ask how much responsibility comes with freedom, because it looks like that everybody likes freedom part, but nobody cares about responsibility part. And we usually hear what we like to hear, you know, not what we are told, but...
First of all, paternalism means that we delegate our responsibility for our life, our freedom to somebody else, to the people above. And then we violate our own right to have freedom, to be free. But, you know, to be in freedom means, first of all, to have some time to grow in freedom. And this was the message I heard from Cardinal Husser, who surprised me with that, because I suggested that every person who comes from slavery becomes free immediately. No, it's not the case. And Cardinal Husser told us, some audience, when we spoke about inability of people to be in freedom, to live a responsible life, he told us, let people grow in freedom. It means that they commit mistakes, they fall, but they go up. So that's very important when we speak about freedom.
So maybe this is exactly what we can do also in Catholic universities, help our students grow in freedom with mistakes, with conclusions from these mistakes. But now I would like to ask Orisa. Clubhouse was started not in Ukraine, where we had slavery, where we metaphorical slavery. It was started in very democratic society with free press, with freedom, with responsibility, with possibility to fail, and obviously with many agoras already in place. So why people join Clubhouse so actively? Do they really need agora, or it's a kind of place where they or this is because of frustrations with other institutions we were used to that had a decent role and who did not fulfill their roles? And that was also part of great discussion in the previous panel. Is it frightenness? Why? Why do you think?
I think the answer is really complex, and it's not the single answer that is there. That's for sure. That's what we see. People join for different reasons. Some of them really join to hear or to be able to talk to Elon Musk or somebody famous in their country, or listen to rock stars, or all kind of media stars that join the social network as well. But what I see. One of the things that is really important for Clubhouse is in this information space, we are really lost of senses. We have information, we lack senses. And when we listen to conversations, when it's not the information that really is sold in the Clubhouse, but the explanation, how shall we act for the future. It's the vision of the future. It's the discussion of what's happening. So really, people really come there for discussion, for understanding. And that's what I think we really lack in the information age, with the number of different media that really how to say, they just pour like rivers of information in our ears on a daily basis. We really are lost in senses and the vision of future. One of the things that is really human, that makes difference of a human being from any other creature, is ability, and that's also very interesting. The psychologist says that what really makes a child grown up, like a child getting mature, is ability to see to predict the future and also to build the future, and that is really a big problem for our world today. So I think this is a place where people really come with the hope for the image of the future.
So in some sense, Clubhouse, this is like a metaphorical idea that we are searching for answers to the question why, and to not big number of institutions is giving us answer, does not help us to search for this why. So I would like to come back to Volodymyr. You have mentioned about why in your speech, and I think this is something very close to business, because if you look at the business which really has a mission, that's an answer for why. But we know that to look for why is much more difficult than to look for what or how. In any strategic session, it's much easier to generate the number of great projects which we would like to do, but why we do this project? So how we can teach our students, can we teach our students to look for why? Is it possible? Can we develop this attitude in them?
Well, that's very I think critical thing. I very much like how nicely it comes together what Miroslav has just mentioned, and also Orysia in their responses. I think what they are saying is that we live in time. Time is a critical thing, and this is why we have to grow into freedom somehow. So freedom, that's the kind of calling and vocation of every human person. We are person from the very first moment we are we start to exist, but then to become person is a vocation or a calling. I think that Husserl was Cardinal Husserl was having something like that in mind. You are a human being already, but you have a call to become a human being. So you are free right and now, here and now, but you have to grow into freedom. And I think that this being in time is really very, very critical. And Orysia has just mentioned that it's we find sometimes difficult to think about the future. And I think our horizons of thinking and playing are getting very, very short. I mean, that's something that I think some already has mentioned during the first panel or whatever. We just think in very kind of short spans. That seems to be kind of comfortable. I know what I'm going to do like next minute or next second, or maybe I don't know, I'll just do something. But our condition is that we have to train and educate ourselves to think of our life as a whole. It may last for 10 years or it may last for 110 years. But somehow the trick would be to approach yourself in the kind of wholeness, understanding that you've got the beginning of that life and there will be some kind of end point, and you have to kind of think holistically. And I think educationally, this is really a very important thing, just to set that kind of ability to think long-term. It's not only about long-term thinking, it's about kind of accepting yourself and thinking of yourself kind of long-term. And this is, and the other thing, which let me just quickly kind of comment to this. I think we speak about values pretty often. I think almost everyone has managed somehow that language of values to the point I'm almost kind of starting to feel frightened by this, because what I'm looking for, I'm also looking at discourse about virtues. And honestly, I'm not so much interested what your set of values is. I'm rather more interested whether you are a just person or a good person. I think that's my kind of ultimate question eventually when I'm approaching someone. Are you a good person? Are you a just person? Are you a merciful person? And then, because that's the trick. I mean, then again, the moment you start speaking about virtues, you are in time. And it's not like a thing, please select your today's set of values, for example. It's about much longer commitment and harder work. So I think, answering to your question, I think to the extent we would be or should be able or we are able somehow to train us into this kind of virtue thinking attitudes, I mean, that would be a great step forward already.
But yes, please.
Yeah, I would like to add a few sentences to what Vlodko said, especially at the end. I think why is so difficult, to answer a question why? Because I think the answer entails not only the change in the world, but also the change in yourself. Because actually it's not only about the distribution of resources, it is about how I will look like, in the future. So, and this requires some commitment. Also, and commitment is always, difficult thing. And because it's also connected to like responsibility. And without commitment, you could not acquire virtue, about which Vlodko was talking just a minute ago. And I think because, changing one's identity is much more difficult than changing something in the world. So that's why so difficult to, answer this question, why I am doing it.
But it's a great question to start with, because very often, we cannot, in the end of the day, for a young person to think, am I good or not? Am I good enough? Actually, this is very often even to putting pressure question on young people. So maybe this question why can be, I don't want to oversimplify it right now, but maybe if we help our students, our graduates to ask this question why more often, then they can have better self-reflection, they can think about their purpose, and they can commit or not commit to better virtues or to the type of person they would like to become. And we can show them the whole process. So since you have microphone, Tarasa, I have a question to you now. So if we are having this conversation here right now, and we have heard in all of the speeches that actually last year and coronavirus, it did not bring probably not any new huge problem, it just made the already existing problems in the society, globally and locally, more vivid and more obvious. And the speed became so quick that it's scary. Sometimes it frightens. So maybe the problem is that we as universities, that we have been so conservative and traditional for so many years, that we were not changing. I mean, how we had to change over last year. So maybe we should look more critically at ourselves and not be the best of the best because we know our subject the best. But how we can reflect better, because it's not only about our students and graduates, how they reflect, but it's also how we reflect. I know it's a tough question, but...
Somehow, complexity theory has an answer to this question. I joke, but, really, there is a complex situation and where there is also a complex institution with a long tradition, yes, with a long commitment to this tradition, I think it's important to create spaces for experimentation. And actually, universities also were very good at creating innovation. And many innovations come actually from universities, so they are able to balance both tradition and innovation, so past and future. And I think in our situation, when there is so much complexity in the world, the method of experimentation, giving more freedom to do something new, maybe it will not work out. That's also kind of as a result. And we know we will not go in this direction, I think would be a good course of action to pursue in such a situation.
What do you think, Oresta? Do we have to be best of the best and always keep our faces the best because somebody can write about it on the Facebook or Twitter or Instagram? Or how can we yes, and be more fragile and allow ourselves to be more fragile?
Well, Yeah, I think this is the really truth that we have to say to ourselves. We always are fragile. We've been fragile, and we since the university is it's not about the buildings, it's about the community. And as a community, it's a living body. It transforms itself, the society transforms. And of course, the university, the propositions that the universities has for the society have not even to respond to the society requests, but also kind of to go ahead a little bit, to try to guess what society requirements are. To be able to go ahead in a way to work as the mind of the society, to be analytical, to be able to shape the future. And I think one of the big questions of Ukraine's system for higher education is that our universities really are trapped in the system of this government ruled set of rules that was there from the Soviet time, and they are really big vessels that are really hard to change the direction, and that poses a lot of questions for not just for them but for the whole industry of education. And for UKU, Ukrainian Catholic University, I think we, from the very beginning, we are much more flexible in that, and that is a big advance of ours. It's really something that makes us forward just by virtue of not being connected to this really stiff system of education with the past. From the Soviet past. Therefore, I think it's just being always my recipe is very simple. It's always being really honest with yourself, to be able to say not just to look at to see your stronger sides, but to see to be accountable of your own weak sides, and to be able to balance, to see the mission. The mission, actually, yes. The mission of this university is really important to keep in mind when you structure your future, when you do your job well.
And I'm sure that Vice Rector of Mission has something to say here.
But I want to react on your phrase about changes. And it struck me that, well, that really is the case, that we live in a rapidly changing world. But let's ask ourselves, what is the subject of change? What is under change? It seems to me that, yes, political decorations, economic decorations are changing. We go from one epoch to another epoch. But there is one process which is the same in all ages. And this is the fight, the struggle between good and evil. And if we educate our students to distinguish between good and evil, to distinguish between truth and lie, then we enarm, how to say that in English, we make them ready.
Equip,
yes, equip them to be ready to challenge, to meet this challenge.
Thank you. Of course, I have many more questions. I know we have one question from the audience. Yes, how can we will pass the mic.
Thank you very much, Sophia. My name is Victor Poletko, and I'm a political science faculty here at the Ukrainian Catholic University. And just like Sophia, I have plenty of my own questions, but let me briefly assume that role of a backstage moderator and communicate the question from the audience. An excellent question, I think, in the first place addressed to Orisa, but the thoughts and insights of all the panelists will be most appreciated, I think. And this question comes from Svetlana Balinchenko. And so she is wondering whether that practice of open truth telling, of parousia, it can be somehow passed on beyond the walls of the university so that it does not become in a way elitist, so that it's not restricted to the universities and inaccessible to the rest of our populations. Let me now add my own increment to that question, whether that you think would be necessary, because we are now, and the pandemic shows that we are talking about the necessity of a stronger state, about perhaps censorship, some say, precisely because people who obviously lack competence, lack knowledge, but generate truth claims and enjoy the capability to generate the truth claims the way they wish. So is it the case, and that's my own question, not the question of Svetlana Balinchenko, is it the case that open truth telling means that anyone should be given the possibility to say whatever he or she desires? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Svetlana for the good question. I definitely believe that university is not the only space for parousia. I mean, who gave us the authority to say that we are the only space? I believe that parousia as the practice of truth telling is something that comes out from the internal integrity. It's something that grows. Well, I was impressed when I read Foucault text, and as you know, Foucault was a secular philosopher. He never, you cannot accuse him of being very religious. And in the last years of his life, he raises the question of Christian parousia, the Christian martyrs, the Christian community as the ones that continues the parousiastic action through ascesis, through practice of improving oneself in spite of all situation. And so if I think as a university, we have kind of, our mission is to foster the islands of integrity, but we definitely cannot say that we are the only island of integrity. It's really, it will be really inspiring for us to know that our graduates are fostering the new islands of integrity whenever they come to work in the society, or whether this is state government or a private company or any social work or whatever they're doing. So I think we just. But as the Catholic University, I think we have this potential to be an island of integrity, just for the sake of this identity that we have as a Christians, the understanding of what really is important for us. Now, about your question, remind me slightly. Because I was talking so much that I actually lost the.
Whether the necessity of the practice of open truth telling
Yeah, thank you. I thought about that. This clubhouse is going to be really really wonderful field for new coaches of all kinds, new spiritual leaders of all types. And I think it's just the number of people that will come there to talk. Well, it's a nice place to come and say something smart, but it's also a nice place to say something.
And there are lots of such people.
and I bet they will all come there. So it will really,
already there.
In my paper, I said it's transforming into bazaar, where everybody shouts, and you have to really discern, to use your own mind to see whether this is, you need an extra expertise to find out whether this man is or woman is really talking things or it's just a production of for this, as we, there's a book famous about bullshit. Are we producing the bullshit again in a new way in a new social network? So I mentioned in my paper about this isegoria, just the freedom of speech for everybody, and that's not paresia. Paresia always comes out of moral duty, and isegoria comes out of I have a right to speak, therefore I will be speaking. So I think paresia requires this moral agency, and that's what really makes different. And so yeah, the threats are huge, but the
opportunities are also great.
Right, yes, absolutely agree.
So, dear friends, we have to wrap up because actually 1 hour and 30 minutes passed really quickly, at least for me. I hope for all the participants as well. And of course, I would like to hear some very short final remarks from all of you. And since all of you, almost all of you spoke about some kind of commitment, maybe you can say very quickly what kind of commitment you are ready to take to make our education better, to make Catholic education better, and how we can develop better and more people who have this moral duty. Very briefly, one commitment. I'm not easy, I know.
I has already mentioned one in my talk. So we are developing service learning pedagogy at the university. So I am trying to help to do that.
Well, thank you. I really would love that at our university and our universities we kind of help students to develop their moral imagination, so to speak. And this is to me the way to ask why questions, not to get kind of focused exclusively on the hows or how question. So this would be, I think, this would be something I'm kind of ready to help to assist, just to go ahead with kind of moral imagination, and then somehow help just to be courageous enough to follow your moral imagination and become a moral agent. That's something that we started this panel with. Thank you.
Thank you, Raisa.
Bertrand Russell, the philosopher, said once that the philosophy is the no man's man in the middle of religion and science. And I really would like to think of philosophy and also about the university where that fosters thinking as the place of free and courageous speech, and so just really I see the big mission of ours, and still we have a lot of challenges, and that being able to make judgments on a daily basis is a big challenge that is ahead of us, and we have to be aware of that.
Thank you. I know it's almost immoral to take any commitments from you, Miroslava, but still, I have such a chance.
Well, my commitment is to provide a course in the worldview core at our university. We developed that, and I'm participating with my course, and my main task is to convince students that sacrifice is a legitimate mechanism of helping good to win even now. Because I remember...
So you're not a loser if you're sacrificing something.
I remember one young man in Kiev told me, Miroslav, sacrifice is a sign of your time. Now you have to apply to make a good application for some grant, receive money, and do what you want. So it's wrong. I'm sure that this is a wrong perspective. This is practical, but you cannot avoid sacrifice, and sacrifice is a legitimate mechanism.
Wonderful, thank you. I know Taras said that I have to prepare myself and also contribute something. I think that for our society, the attitude that failure is okay is very important to broaden, to share, to cultivate, but also to be able to make conclusions from your failures, to reflect and to become better in the future. So that would be my contribution to that. Thank you very much to all the participants on this side of this discussion. Thank you to all listeners and contributors from other side, and I pass the microphone to Oksana.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you very much. Now we understand Clubhouse much better, definitely. But to be serious, I want to thank Sophia for a wonderful, vivid moderation, and to all distinguished speakers to be so open, so sincere in who we are and what we can do as an academia to respond to all the critical challenges that we all are facing. Thank you very much. Thank you. And dear participants, we will be back at 7:30 for our next session, much awaited interview with Bishop Boris Gudyak. The session will take place a little later than it was in the original schedule, due to some circumstances. And in this regard, I want to thank much Rome Report for their generous cooperation and great support in this matter. Thank you. But in the meantime, we have another offer for you. At 6:45, I believe, in 15 minutes, we'll be back in Zoom to give you a little more understanding and get you well aware with an interesting project by an icon and Save a Life. The project that aimed at supporting the Pyrgov First Volunteer Mobile Hospital, a non-governmental project that employs civilian medics and provide medical aid to both militias and civilians in the joint force operation. So please join us at 6:45 for this brief interview with the initiator and great ambassador of the project, Gennady Drozenko, when we will see a brief movie about this project. And we'll be back to the next panel, the interview with Bishop Boris Gudyak at 7:30 Kyiv time, 6:30 Rome time, and 12:30 Washington time. See you soon.
Та, ви знаєте, в мене є мрія.
Почала думати, не просто транслювати щось почути раніше.
Я провела неймовірну кількість часу в центрі Шептицького, в аудиторіях, трапезній.
Випускний у нас виявиться нестандартний. Але кожне нестандартне завдання – це також і нестандартний досвід.
1, 2, 3. Звершилося.
Пам'ятаємо, що зараз ковід, так? Правильно. Обнімань немає, я лише легкі жести.
Таку виправдав і перевершив всі мої очікування. Я коли вступала, я дуже сумнівалася. Мене мама казала, що ти робиш? Ти йдеш з державного університету, де тобі дадуть точно класний диплом, крутий. Я казала, мама, я знаю, що я роблю.
тому що я йшла за класною атмосферою, враженнями, новими цікавими людьми і знайомствами і крутою системою освіти. Взагалі складно визначити найбільш цікавий предмет, але те, що він був найбільш викликаючий, це публічні комунікації. Це про те, як треба говорити, як треба сказати, про те, як треба постійно вчитися і працювати над собою. Це було дуже цікаво випробувати себе в різних ситуаціях. Найкорисніший предмет для мене це стало юридичне письмо, про те, як писати коротко, зрозуміло, чітко і ясно, думати про того, кому ти пишеш. І я зараз, напевно, найбільше ним користуюся в роботі. В майбутньому точно допоможе, тому що нам давали не тільки хард-скіли про те, що таке право, про різні галузі права, про ЄСПЛ. Ми дізнавалися, розширювали свій світогляд і вчилися софт-скілів, зокрема про те, як говорити і писати, а це взагалі просто потрібно. На своїй програмі, можливо, єдине, що було таким невеликою проблемою для нас під час навчання, це те, що у нас завжди мінялися пари, в нас був дуже гнучкий графік, і під нього треба було дуже гнучко підлаштовуватися. А взагалі мені все подобається, насправді. Така тема, яку я писала, це просто вона приводила в шок всіх, коли я говорила. Я писала про штучний інтелект, про правову регламентацію штучного інтелекту. І ніколи б, напевно, навіть не знала, що це таке, якби не потрапила в ОКУ. Мій курс і уявлення про право взагалі кардинально змінилися і розвернулися з ніг на голову. Це було викликом для мене таку тему обрати для мого наукового керівника і, напевно, для всіх, хто слухав мене на захисті. У нас є юридична клініка в школі права. І завдяки пані Христині Ковсан, її менеджерці, юристи створили гру, комп'ютерну гру про фінансову грамотність і настільну гру. І нам завжди будь-які наші ідеї дозволяли і допомагали реалізувати. Нас 7 аж поїхало в Нідерланди навчатися в Роттердам по програмі Erasmus+. Ми цілий семестр там були, вивчали предмети, які ми самі обирали, і писали паралельно магістерську роботу, і нам дуже-дуже сподобалось. Напевно, я побажала і майбутнім студентам, і викладачам, які тут, продовжувати надихати один одного, мотивувати один одного, працювати, відкривати якісь нові можливості, рухатися в тому ж напрямку, якому насправді тут всі рухаються. Але єдине таке найбільше побажання – не забувати відпочивати. Тому що за дедлайнами ми іноді це забуваємо.
Протягом 4 років ми набираємо найкращих студентів в Україні. Кожного року наші студенти мають найвищий середній бал зі всіх предметів серед всіх вступників по комп'ютерних науках в Україні.
Талановита дослідниця Соломія Леньо мала можливість обирати свою майбутню альма-матер з-поміж кількох найкращих університетів світу.
В першу чергу, як мені допомагає університет, то це саме дає цю базу математики, базу програмування.
Разом з командою студентів факультету прикладних наук Соломія здобула 2-е місце на міжнародних змаганнях Microsoft у Варшаві.
Якщо в УКУ займатися тільки академічною діяльністю, то тоді може стати трішки скучно. Нас не перенавантажують тут непотрібними знаннями, і відповідно це залишає в нас місце в голові і в часі, в нашому розпорядку для того, щоб вчати щось інше.
Наш диригент, пані Олена, вона завжди каже, що ми, тобто співці, ми є проповідники, ми цим маємо доносити Слово Боже до людей.
Студентський хор став окрасою святкувань у Філадельфії, де церква піднесла владику Бориса до митрополичого служіння. – 433 випускники бакалаврських та магістерських програм склали свій останній іспит. Участь в урочистостях взяв митрополит Філадельфійський Борис Гудзяк.
До університету я буду, очевидно, далі приїжджати, але він стоїть, він стабільний, він розвивається і, я можу просто сказати, він переростає мене і моє.
Раніше нагороду університету Нотр-Дам одержували президент США Джиммі Картер, свята мати Тереза з Калькутти, засновник спільноти L'Arche Ковчег Жан Ваньє. Цього року нагороди удостоєний президент УКУ Борис Гудзяк.
In the face of innumerable challenges, genocide and political oppression, he and his colleagues have made Ukrainian Catholic University a center for cultural thought, Christian witness, and the education of a generation who can bring healing and hope to Ukraine.
Осередком багатьох студентських ініціатив є студентський уряд.
Уряд студентів нашого університету виявив ініціативу, яка була підтримана 9 іншими університетами з різних куточків нашої країни щодо програми студентського обміну.
У нас трохи інше самоврядування, ніж в інших університетів. У нас воно таке більш креативне, бо в нас такі базові потреби забезпечені повністю. Нам нема потреби ходити і бігати, там домовлятися за пралки чи за, я не знаю, там аудиторії, щоб були чисті. І для того, щоб бути активними, ми продумаємо щось інше.
За останні 5 років кількість студентських організацій зросла вдвічі. Сьогодні їх 16.
Ми маємо на меті активізувати, власне, музичне життя спільноти УКУ.
Збір коштів для онкохворих людей через соціальні ініціативи.
Ми допомагаємо бабусям і дідусям, які мешкають в будинках престарілих.
Кожного разу ми складаємо нові оригінальні питання, беремо інформацію з різних книг, з фільмів.
Розвиваємо спортивну культуру університету. А також займаємося з малозабезпеченими дітьми у світлиці.
До університету вступають щораз то більше студентів зі Сходу та Півдня України. Будівництво нового колегіуму є відповіддю на зростаючу потребу житла для студентів.
Сподіваємося, що новий корпус колегіуму імені Патріарха Йосифа слугуватиме багатьом поколінням українців як місце здобування знання і мудрості та буде пам'яткою нашої церкви на славу Божу та добра Христова.
The break to get you aware was a wonderful project by An Icon Save a Life, a series of exhibitions of the icons on honor boxes. We will learn more about the project and we will have an opportunity to watch a brief movie about this project. But first, we would like to talk with the initiator and great ambassador of this project, Mr. Gennady Rozenko. A civil activist, public intellectual, and one of the leading Ukrainian experts in constitutional law and constitutional design. Pan Gennady in 2014-2015 held the position of the government commissioner for ethno-national policy. And he is also co-founder and presenter of Pyrogov First Volunteer Mobile Hospital, the largest non-governmental medical project in conflict zone in eastern Ukraine. Pane Gennady, excellent initiative. Could you please tell us more how the project, how the idea actually was born?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for invitation to speak to this really great audience. It is my real pleasure and honor to have this audience and their attention to me. It is really was some miracle because it is quite difficult to understand in the developed world like America or Europe how the guy from the constitutional law with some friends from business and arts developed one of the most ambitious non-government projects, or in fact, two twisted projects which support and maintain and strengthen each other. First of them, that Pyrogov Volunteer Mobile Hospital, which now act in the conflict zone, in the war zone, 7 years in a row, and treated more than 56,000 people, both combatants and civilians, in the Ukrainian-bounded Donbass. And on the other hand, our excellent idea of icons on armor boxes, which brought to our project some huge and long-standing tradition of Ukrainian sacral arts, which really symbolize our victory over death. And like all Christians believe that love could win on the death and just deliver to the world the life as such. So what the very contrast things when the Russians say that they take an orthodoxy as an ideology, is this aggressive ideology to invade Ukraine, we answer it with a very Christian message. We take something what collected the arms of death, the bullets boxes with some shells, with some arms, and transform them in the icon, some very traditional symbol in Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian history of some resurrection and the life of God's love to us people. But we take the next step. We traveled throughout the world with these icons from Los Angeles to Mariupol, Ukrainian, from the Rome to Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, presented these icons, these witnesses of our tragedy and this ongoing war in Ukrainian Donbass. Sell these icons to very different people, from the Pope of Rome, who now gifted 2 of these icons to the ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew, to some presidents like a president of Lithuania and president of Ukraine, and collect money which supports the maintenance of the volunteer hospital as such, because you could not to pay volunteers, but you need to have some gasoline to maintain some ambulances, to buy some medicine, and so on and so forth. So this very interesting God blessing and integrating of arts and volunteering produce a fantastic result. You just imagine 6th, 7th year in a row, more than 500 medics from the driver of the ambulance and ending with some very prominent Ukrainian medics who was like a head of chairs in the medical universities. More than, as I mentioned, 56,000 of the patients, about 500 of location in the Ukrainian Donbass. And that is one of the things which we, Ukraine, could proudly present to our Western brothers, sisters, and colleagues, because that is very Ukrainian things which really was brought out in Ukraine, which was really delivered by Ukrainian peoples, and which works without clear precedents in the current Western world. So I really believe that is a huge God's blessing of our initiative, which seemed like an adventure in the 2014, but now that is just a fact. And thank you again that you invite me to present our project. We would be more than pleased if your colleagues, because we presented in the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, we was in some other university, like University of Alberta, University of Marymount Loyola University in Los Angeles, but we would be so pleased if some of your colleagues who are co-host of this conference invite us to witness about our hope and our ongoing tragedy on the Ukrainian Donbass, and maybe just even sell some of these icons to your collection to support our brave medics who still support civilians and combatants on the Ukrainian war zone. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Pane Gennadiy. Really important initiative and a significant result, because I saw that the exhibition was presented in many countries globally. And of course, we will do our best to promote this initiative among our partners, among our partner universities. I don't know, thank you very much. And I think that all participants and guests of this conference will learn more about it and about the idea, about the project, and hopefully will join to promoting the project itself and maybe involve in its implementation in the future.
I hope as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Let's visit WUMI, produced by the University of Alberta, about this great and project.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I hope we'll see all that in the movie itself that we are launching right now at actually our YouTube YouTube stream from this conference, and the link to the movie will be posted or is posted already in our Zoom chat. So I invite everybody to watch it and to learn about this fantastic initiative. Pane Gennadius, thank you very much for this project and for all your other initiatives. Thank you
so much. Thank you. And my pleasure to cooperate with Ukrainian Catholic University and your friends and partners again.
Thank you. The pleasure is all ours. Thank you.
I think that contemporary Ukrainian artists cannot avoid in their artwork the war unfolding today in Donbass. What is going on in Ukraine, it is one of the most important milestones in its history. The idea of the Icons on Ammo Boxes art project came in the fall of 2014. At that time, I had finished my work on the book Lito Ato, that means Summer Ato in English. It was a sort of diary about the events in Ukraine from fall 2013 until late August 2014. At the same time, the idea of a mobile hospital was born independently of this art project. Having attended a base of Ukrainian volunteer battalions, I noticed that the upper boards of the boxes for AK-47 bullets are identical to icon painting boards. I wished to paint a classical Byzantine-style icon on that. Having received a box as a present, I went back home and quite quickly painted the Holy Lady icon. One artwork was not enough, so I decided to create an art project. I invited Sonia Atlantova and Natalka Volobuyeva to join me. The first presentation of the project took place on the last day of winter in 2015 in St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev, a significant place for Ukrainians. Originally, the project was planned as solely an artistic one, though it has borne its volunteering potential from the very beginning. Without the volunteer component, it seemed to me not fully complete. Our first presentation got the attention of all Ukrainian Central TV channels and representatives of other mass media outlets. That's why, having seen the attention of a wide audience, I decided to join the two components, artistic and volunteering. I invited Gennady Druzhenko, director of Pirogov First Volunteer Mobile Hospital, to join our efforts. We met in spring of 2015 and have cooperated with the hospital already for 2.5 years. The project was presented in a number of European countries and in many Ukrainian cities. During this time, we raised about 2 million Ukrainian hryvnia. Due to some circumstances, Natalka Volobuyeva left the project quite early. At the same time, Taras Kopanichenko, a known Ukrainian musician, joined us and turned the project into multi-layered art. Many well-known Ukrainian writers supported the project during its various stages. The presentation of the latest cycle of works under the title Ilovaisk Diocese took place in late August of 2017. It was dedicated to the 3rd anniversary of the most tragic episodes of this Russian-Ukrainian war. Taras Kopanichenko's performance accompanied the visual artistic presentation. During his performance, the names of Ukrainian armed personnel who have lost their lives were symbolically handwritten on the artworks before sealing. The main idea of the project is the transformation of death into life, where a symbol of death, such as an ammunition box, is transformed by a symbol of life, an icon. I want to underline that this type of symbolic understanding of an icon is quite traditional for Ukrainian culture. It is rooted in the Christian tradition where a cross, a symbol of death, disgraceful death, became a symbol of life and victory over death. We have a similar metamorphosis in our case. Another important topic for me is witnessing. A classic icon provides witness to God's incarnation. The fact we have icons at all is because of God's incarnation. But an icon painted on an ammunition box also provides witness to and has witnessed the horrible war in Donbass, where more than 10,000 people lost their lives and many more were injured. Those icons were brought back from the war zone. They took part in this war, and they are witnesses of this war. When we hear about Ukraine that opposes itself, about Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian arts, and Ukrainian nation opposed to Russia, we can forget some important things. For example, this is an icon of classical Russian style named after the Yakrama River where it was found. It means that in this project we applied not only Ukrainian or Byzantine iconography traditions, but also a Russian one without any opposition, but incorporation of all of them. I have chosen one or another image in an intuitive way, and often it depends on the person who brought me aboard, or made an order to paint a particular saint, or the type of the board, or other circumstances. The bottom of this icon is decorated with glass pieces of broken bottles as an aesthetic element different from diamonds and jewelry usual for icon decoration. The icon is painted on a board of artillery ammunition produced in 1943, but it was from the war now. This is the Pelagonitis icon, also known as the Virgin with the Playing Child, in which the Theotokos holds an infant Jesus in an abrupt movement. This is a medieval icon painted in the Balkan style on the board of a box from anti-gas masks. Gas masks have been on supply to the Ukrainian army only since 2015, after the Russian army started using chemical gas during battles at the Donetsk airport in August of 2014. This icon of the decapitated head of John the Baptist was at our first exposition. Exactly this image, to a great extent, communicates the context of the war in Donbass. Today, war often brings people back to quite archaic conditions. For example, as the war in Syria is happening, Donbass also has these, though fewer cases of not only artillery or hail rocket shelling applied, but archaic decapitations of captured persons. In a paradoxical way, it creates an associative connection, despite the fact that I'm trying to create distance from this type of war, but it turned out to be this way. This is an icon of the very classical capital Byzantine school of medieval Constantinople. This is an embodiment of joy out of life overcoming death. This icon is painted on the board of an ammunition box brought from Piski, a small town in the war zone. Ukrainian volunteering combatants gifted this board to me. I take delight in turning to the theme of motherhood, even using a board of ammunition boxes. The Mother of God with the infant is as life overcoming death. This icon of St. Peter is also in the classical Byzantine style, painted on a board for AKM bullets, brought also from Piski. This board has an interesting history, in that only this single board that survived in a heavy artillery shelling after being collected by volunteers to take them outside of the war zone for arts purposes. All the rest have been destroyed and only this board survived, as my friend told me. I decided to paint St. Peter as a person who mentors you. It seems to me that during this war, it is possible for someone to totally lose one's way to paradise, but the other finds the path to paradise completely clear. That's why St. Peter has keys from paradise on his neck, and the keys are made of gold leaf. St. Nicholas is among the most venerable saints, and this icon travels with us everywhere. In spring 2018, we are planning an exhibit in Bari, Italy, which will be dedicated to the theme of St. Nicholas during this war. It was important for me to turn the camouflage from military clothing into something totally different, a very nice, colorful, and refined background fabric for an icon. I found the camouflage fabric for this icon in a hospital. It is the torn pieces of clothing of an injured soldier. Saint Simeon with the infant savior, or Simeon the God receiver, is also a classical Byzantine icon. The sword in the Lord with sword is not what you think it is. The Savior does not call on people to arm themselves. This is an example of classical Serbian and Balkan iconography to illustrate the Lord's evangelical words. I came not to bring peace, but to bring a sword. Here the sword is not a weapon, but a symbol. Stepping aside from weapons in the same way as we create icons, it turns into a symbol. Ilovaisk Diocese, our latest cycle of artworks, has 13 icons where the theme of life overcoming death is presented through the lens of Christian eschatology. We see prayers of saints for humanity at the second coming of Christ. In our case, there is a prayer, first of all, for all the lives lost near Ilovaisk in late August of 2014. I would like to bring your attention to the anti-war nature of the project. Different from the Russian Orthodox Army, which has an icon as a weapon, these ammunition boxes are transforming into a symbol of peace, icons, stating an important truth that any war will end with peace. A sickness and a challenge of today is the virtual perception of the war. Let's recall the Gulf War and a well-known article by Jean Baudrillard. The Gulf War did not take place. He says, in fact, what we live in real time is not the event, but rather in larger than life. In other words, in the virtual size of the image. The spectacle of the degradation of the event and its spectral evocation, the spiritualism of information event. Are you there? Gulf War, are you there? In the commentary, gloss and verbose, mise en scene, of talking heads, which only underlines the impossibility of the image and the correlative unreality of the war. Though it refers to television, not the internet, but nevertheless may be applied to this case. That's why it is important for me to show fragments of these boxes in real, not virtual space. Our project is conceived to take people out of virtual space and push them into perceiving this war as reality, an awful reality. Believe me, having held these boards in your hands, you feel totally different about what is going on in eastern Ukraine. The problem of disruption between the front line and the rear is quite significant in today's Ukraine. Soldiers often feel unwanted and alienated and not welcomed when coming back home. In our project, we tried, if not to remove, but to decrease this sense of disruption, to remove barriers between the front line and the rear. I always highlight that soldiers are, for me, full-time participants of this project because they looked for these boxes and brought them back home. They are needed not only for destructive actions, but also for creative processes. Antinomy, the compatibility of the incompatible, is a significant feature of our project. Death and life, an icon and a weapon, traditional Christian arts and the attributes of contemporary war. It is probable this unexpected and paradoxical combination attracts people and, perhaps, even appears quite natural. Our project may seem quite postmodern. It has citations and combinations of different time layers. However, it also possesses the very modern pathos of real transformations of being. The project has no signs of postmodern play. It seems to me as an effort to overcome postmodernism, similar to what we see in meta-modernism. To conclude, I will return to volunteering ideas. It is precisely volunteering which became the backbone of this project, its conceptual component, and even an aesthetical factor. Volunteers' activities are a recognizable symbol of today's Ukraine, and volunteering has gained artistic meaning with its own rules, aesthetics, creators, and geniuses.
Та, знаєте, в мене є мрія.
Добро – це безкорисливо ділитися тим, чим ти можеш поділитися. Добро – це розуміти, тримати руку на пульсі і не зупинятися, як би важко тобі не було. Добро – це безкорисливо ділитися тим, чим ти можеш поділитися. Добро – це розуміти, тримати руку на пульсі і не зупинятися, як би важко тобі не було. У нас є певний перелік магазинів, які складають такий умовний маршрут. Кожного дня відповідальна особа з того чи іншого магазину відписує про готовність передати нам їжу. У випадку того, коли магазин готовий нам передати їжу, так, він відписує в чатику. Відповідно, наш координатор бачить, що в такій локації такий магазин може передати їжу. Наприклад, до 13:00 ми збираємо повний перелік всіх магазинів, які згідні нам передати їжу. Після того формується маршрут, і вже волонтер, який виходить на маршрут, він знає конкретно, в якій локації йому треба заїхати, щоб зібрати продукти. В Україні є дуже багато різноманітних проблем. Значна частина нашого населення проживає за межею бідності. З другого боку, українці входять в десятку країн, які викидують або продукують найбільше сміття в світі. Значну частину того сміття, власне, складає органічна продукція. Так? І значну частину тої органічної продукції складають продукти харчування, які би можна було врятувати. Власне, тарілка є таким універсальним інструментом, який одночасно мінімізує таких дві проблеми. Тобто ми, рятуючи продукти від потрапляння на смітник в межах терміну придатності, передаємо їх малозабезпеченим особам.
Добрий день. Ми від тарілки по продуктах. Добре.
Ви до нас, як ми вас чекали.
Ми є унікальним таким проєктом, тому що ми виконуємо одночасно і еко, і соціальну функцію. І, власне, от в такому ідеальному симбіозі, так, от тарілка продовжує функціонувати станом на зараз. Практика продовольчих банків, вона є загальносвітовою, і в різних країнах Європи і Америки такий інструмент, як продовольчий банк, він є дуже дієвий і активно впроваджується. Ідею створення продовольчого банку в Україні, вона належить Ростиславу Косюрі. Це львів'янин, він народився тут у нас у Львові, до 6 років він проживав тут в нас. Пізніше разом з батьками він був вимушений приїхати в Німеччину. Там проживав близько 20 років, і, власне, Німеччина є тою країною, в якій культура продовольчих банків дуже розвинута. І, власне, він після певного часу вирішив повернутися назад до Львова, побачив, що є проблема, так, яку можуть вирішити продовольчі банки, і чому б не спробувати. Так, ми стараємося зробити культуру продовольчого банку загальнонаціональною. Тому що уявіть собі, якщо б декілька тарілок було у Львові, якщо б в кожному обласному центрі була своя власна тарілка чи декілька тарілок, скільки їжі ми б могли врятувати і скільки людей, які перебувають потреби, ми б змогли нагодувати. Тому дуже важливо, власне, бачення і розуміння тарілки як такого дуже хорошого інструменту, який може зробити дуже багато добра. Аня, можна я попрошу тебе, щоб ти забрала продукцію, а я просто тут буду з машиною, раптом би хтось виїжджав. М'ясне туди. От ковбаски. А там є якісь овочі, фрукти? Немає нічого такого. Червона рибка. Добре.
Я почула це від своєї знайомої з пласту, і це мав бути як мій пластовий додатковий проект для того, щоб перейти на інший ступінь в пласті. Але так сталося, що ступінь став мені неважливим, а організація вийшла на перше місце. І я вже давним-давно забула, що я хотіла робити тут, а зараз займаюся всім, чим тільки можна. В моїй сім'ї якесь вийшло інше ставлення до продуктів. Я тепер завжди всіх контролюю, щоб вони часом чогось зайвого не купили. І всі якісь мої родичі і друзі також часто запитують про проекти. Так що в цьому залучена, можна сказати, що не тільки я, і все моє оточення.
В нас була дуже важка початкова комунікація з нашими сусідами, тобто за браком інформації, за браком розуміння діяльності продовольчого банку. Вони практично всі виступили проти відкриття тарілки саме тут. Нам довелося провести таку зустріч знайомства з ними. Так? Ми запросили всіх таких активістів, так? Розказали їм про проект. Відповідно, були запрошені представники міської влади, які пояснили, що тарілка на цілком законних засадах користується тим приміщенням. Так? Також ми залучили представників духовенства, які могли більш з релігійної точки зору пояснити так, що тарілка – це про добро. І, як мінімум, так, релігія будь-яка вчить так добром ділитися. І нічого поганого немає, що якісь молоді люди тут організовують, власне, таке маленьке добро. І за результатами зустрічі ми отримали дуже позитивний фідбек. Тобто люди, які прийшли нас насварити, чим ви тут займаєтесь, що ви хочете тут зробити, в результаті стали нашими прихильниками. Є молоді сім'ї, власне, конкретно з того приміщення, які тут нам приходять, допомагають по ремонту, систематично передають якісь кошти. Тобто нам вдалося, власне, переламати отакий стереотип тарілки тут на місці. Так? І я сподіваюся, що зовсім скоро весь мікрорайончик, де ми знаходимося, буде теж нашими або волонтерами, і швидше за все нашими відвідувачами. Так, ми сьогодні об'їхали 7 магазинів, зібрали дуже багато класних паштетів, я бачу, є сосиски дуже класні, є багато молочної продукції, є фактично цілий кошик овочів. Маємо навіть тут імбир, якщо бачите, є баклажани, огірки, помідори. Частинка є хліба, різних паніні. І є різні соленості, картопля, тобто, в принципі, досить непоганий такий продуктовий кошик, якщо можна так сказати. Привіт, як справи? Файно.
Добрий день.
Сергій.
Аня.
Відкривай багажник, будемо тебе запаковувати. Кожного дня ми маємо іншого партнера-благодійника, який займається харчуванням малозабезпечених осіб, кому ми передаємо нашу їжу. І, відповідно, обирається якась така точка зустрічі, де наш волонтер передає їжу представнику тої чи іншої організації. Вівторок друзі твої приїжджають.
Чудово, вони дзвонили.
Ти будеш теж на зустрічі чи ні?
Та думаю, що так.
Угу.
Якщо треба, можу бути присутнім. Бо горять вони, я думаю, що вони зроблять класну роботу в Києві. Потрібно буде їх вести, підтримувати словесно і координувати дії.
Ми залучили, там близько 7-8 місць зараз є на зв'язку, що хочуть розвивати.
Окей.
Добре, все, щасливо.
На зв'язку тоді.
Є люди навіть, які кажуть, ми живемо в Києві, але ми хочемо приїхати до вас, щоб зсередини подивитися, як воно виглядає. Я думаю, ми ближчим часом знову ж таки будемо мати таку зустріч, і я думаю, після того, як людина вийде з нами на маршрут, побачить, власне, от загориться тою ідеєю, то точно можна говорити про те, що ближчим часом в Києві буде теж своя тарілка.
Зараз ми йдемо до багатодітної сім'ї такої, яка живе в досить таких складних умовах, і веземо їм продукти, оскільки вони зверталися і просили про допомогу. Завдяки такому проєкту, як «Тарілка», супермаркету ми маємо змогу допомогти таким сім'ям. І це є класно, це є добре. Це є надія навіть в мене, коли до мене дзвонять люди. Хтось дзвонить, треба цукор, хтось дзвонить, треба там ще щось. Я допомагаю людям, які вже 15 років не виходять з хати. Дай Боже здоров'ячка.
І вам теж.
Я не сам, я з друзями. Привіт.
Заходьте.
Що, уроки прямо тут робимо, так? Швидше. Я ще зайнятий, передзвоню. Ви просто будете приїжджати і в один день забирати кульочки. Домовились?
Домовились.
І все.
Це авокадо, напевно.
Це буряк.
Або буряк.
Авокадо. Я буду йти вже з друзями. Я радий був вас бачити. Будемо допомагати частіше.
От там лампочка така.
Яка?
Демна.
Така.
Яка?
От там, наверху.
Ну, і що?
І там... Там світло є.
Є світло. Люблю тебе дуже. Добре, ми тоді вже будемо йти потрішки, не будемо вам цей.
Тоді велике дякую вам, що ви зайшли, що мені допомогли.
На здоров'я. Це завдяки зусиллям багатьох людей ми можемо так якось робити щось на краще.
Добре.
Все, до побачення.
Дякую, до побачення.
Все, щасливо.
Побачення, щасливо вам.
Щасливо.
Функціонування тарілки, воно теж є і показником, можливо, не зовсім зрілості, так, але хоча б формування такого громадянського суспільства і показником того, що вже почало все рухатися в нас в якось правильному напрямку. Важливо зрозуміти, що не всі ми потрапляємо з народження в рівні умови. Дуже часто люди потрапляють в ту чи іншу життєву ситуацію через різні обставини. Так? Не всім щось в житті вдається, так? Але потрібно завжди залишатися людиною. Це зовсім не важко, якщо в тебе є можливість комусь допомогти, поділитися своїм часом, маленькими ресурсами і зробити добро. Людина, якій ти допоможеш, візьме з тебе приклад і почне допомагати іншим. І таким чином ми створимо таку, знову ж таки, піраміду добра, яка зможе допомогти великій кількості людей.
Welcome to the Ukrainian Catholic University, aka UKU. As a student here, you'll be able to be in a room such as this one, and where there's plenty of natural light. There are plenty of storage places, there's a refrigerator, and probably the best feature of all is the bathroom with a shower. This is the elevator, which is very convenient. So now we're heading to the cafeteria, which is located in the academic building right here. This is our beautiful cafeteria right here. And so here you can eat as little as you want to as much as you want. So many options to choose from. always a great variety. The staff here they're very friendly, and again, you will never be hungry at this place. And after you're done eating, if you're still hungry, you can go to one of our 2 cafes here on campus. So you can go there if you want some coffee or tea, or if you want some sweets. When the weather's nice outside, you can go and eat outside in this seating area, which is absolutely wonderful. It's just relaxing. It's wonderful staying here. The campus is really, really beautiful, and it's very, very modern. And the people are very friendly here. It's a very inviting atmosphere. And the other thing is that almost everyone has like an intermediate level of the English language. So if you don't understand something, you can always ask one of the people walking by you, which is really, really wonderful. And the next place that we'll go to is the Metropolitan Andriy Sheptytsky Center, which is, as I like to say, the masterpiece, the most beautiful building on campus. And this is where you will likely have your Ukrainian language classes. And additionally, there are 2 terraces here and plenty of study areas. And as you walk on the inside, on the right side, we have the second cafe, and to the right of that, we have the college store. And as you can see, this is a nice, wonderful, open, inviting area. And this window wall right in front of us, it overlooks the Straysky Park, which is one of the largest and most beautiful parks here in Lviv. And so here on the left is the library. It's located on numerous floors, and we're gonna go right now to the classroom. And this is the classroom where all of the learning happens. And we will interrupt them, and we will say hi to the wonderful Ukrainian language teachers right here. And the great Pani Mariana. And this room is wonderful. Look at it, it's very large and very spacious, and these wonderful lecturers right here are working on the textbooks, which is absolutely wonderful. From which I am working, in fact. And so yes, this is our wonderful, wonderful classroom. We'll go up to the 4th floor, which is a popular study area. Colors, like everything's open. It kind of like creates a desire inside of you to study. To the left right here, there's a nice little comfortable seating area. As you can see, the students look very comfortable. We're having an awesome time. Now we'll go out to the beautiful terrace right here. And look at it. When the weather is nice outside right here, you can grab a book, do your homework, just sit right here and enjoy the wonderful view. And to the left here is the Straysky Park. Right in front of us is the Collegium where you will be living. In front, directly in front, to the right of the Collegium, is the wonderful church here on campus. As you can see, it's just very relaxing out here, and you can just sit here for hours, enjoying your book or whatever it may be. It is relaxing here, isn't it? It's just so nice up here. Now we will go to the 2nd floor, where there's another terrace, another beautiful terrace. And again, just look at this wonderful modern area right here. It's the 2nd floor of the library, and right there are more classrooms. And we'll go out here to the wonderful terrace. As you can see, to the right there are students discussing life, pondering life, or discussing their studies, their future. And right here, as you can see again, it's another magnificent view right here. And there are plenty of seating areas right here, and the beautiful colors that they chose, a nice white color and a nice, like a light green color. It's absolutely beautiful. And as you can see, just look at the architecture of this building. It's just like mind-boggling how someone could come up with such a beautiful building. So additionally, here on campus, you have excellent Wi-Fi. You have free Wi-Fi, and it's absolutely wonderful. You don't have to pay anything for it. And especially like in the rooms too. In the Collegium, you have free Wi-Fi. Everywhere on campus, you have free Wi-Fi. And it works very, very well. It's very, very well, very fast. And now we're gonna go down to the basement where there's another wonderful little study area. So you can see there's some students studying down here on the 1st floor. There are some books here to the right, and we'll go up these stairs to another comfortable study area. It's like a small little unique area, and the green carpet, the nice inviting colors, and the little study areas. As you can see, some students are relaxing or sleeping, some students are talking and doing homework, and it's just like a wonderful inviting area. So this is a nice little area you can study at, yes. And again, just look at this nice little, I don't know if it's called a flower garden, but like all of these different plants. You can just sit here and it's like as if you're outside and it's inside. Again, it's just really nice and relaxing. And again, it creates basically an environment that you're outside. So this is the University Church of God's Holy Wisdom. And in fact, on this ground was where the Communist Party's cultural center was supposed to be in Western Ukraine. But now, ironically, it's a church. How the times have changed. So now we are heading back to the Collegium, which is where you will be living. And the beautiful thing here is that everything is located very close. So for instance, the Collegium is right here, and to get to the Sheptytsky Center, it'll take you 25 seconds tops. And as a student here, it's very secure. So you need a special chip to gain access into the building. And now we scan the little chip, and now we can get into the building. So strangers are not going to be able to get in here. 5 flights of stairs. And if you didn't get much exercise in a day, it's a great workout.
Gentlemen, dear participants, colleagues, friends, we are moving on with our third International Annual Conference, Integral Human Development in a Digital Age. Poverties, migration, pandemics, and the new social ethic. And we are about to start our much awaited panel today, the interview with Bishop Boris Gudzak, that now is starting 30 minutes later from the initial schedule due to some circumstances. And in this regard, I would like again to thank much Rome Report for their generous cooperation and great support with this matter. So I'm honored to give the floor to moderator of this interview, Sean Patrick Levet. Mr. Levet, the floor is yours.
Volodya, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor, and it's also a great joy to see, as I said a moment ago, so many friendly faces. The wonder of technology that allows us to be connected even if we can't be there in person. And of course, a great honor to be able to share this podium with Bishop Boris. I think the last time we met was in Kiev, wasn't it, Bishop?
It was, yes. Sean, yeah.
Yes, indeed. I remember a very interesting conversation we had on that occasion as well. So I know people are keen. We have a lot to cover. The topics are vast and complex. But as you know, I'm Irish, Sean Patrick, and so our tradition is that we begin with the tough questions first. So my first question to you is, Bishop Boris, what is the weather like in Philadelphia?
Well, it was snowing yesterday, and there's still snow cover here. I can show you. Philadelphia doesn't usually get too much snow, but this year we've had about 4 snowstorms, which is like the weather in Syracuse, New York. My hometown, the 5th snowiest city in the world. So I love the snow.
Just as well. I checked out the Weather Channel to see, but as you know, that's the first question we ask. No conversation can begin without that first question. What is the weather like? But here we go. Let's jump in. So our conversation right now picks up, if I'm following the program correctly, where the UKU panel entitled Integral Human Development and Education for Moral Agency just concluded. Is that right?
I guess.
I think so, according to the schedule that I was reading. And so before we get into what are called the big questions of the day, I think it's important, I certainly am curious to know, on a personal note, you, Bishop Boris, at what point did you develop your passion and commitment to education? Was it something you read? Was it someone you met? This incredible commitment that you have made to communication, to education, and still do?
Well, I think it's a combination of nature and grace and formation. I'm thankful to God for this vocation to the intellectual life, to the life of education, of formation, of working with people that want to learn. I think that was a gift. My mother was a big reader, and both my father and my mother really emphasized education. My father kind of posited it as a principle and made our education possible and really pushed us to the best schools and to a certain level of achievement, let's say, while my mother was the one that kind of maybe held us by the hand, reading books to us, making sure we learned Ukrainian well. And of course, if you know two languages, that doubles kind of your worldview. So I was bilingual from kindergarten. Actually, I learned English in kindergarten. And then my parents insisted on more languages, Latin and Spanish, and no free study halls. You pack the schedule in with courses. Then, a taste developed for that. There was a modicum of talent. I'm not brilliant, but I had to work hard. But learning is fascinating. And I still want to learn. I still feel, in that sense, a novice in so many questions and so many areas. And once you learn that learning is a process and that it's not just your own achievement, but it's a team effort, and that you actually learn best when you're teaching. Every teacher knows that you really know the subject of a lesson only when you start teaching it. That's when you see that you don't know all the details. They're kind of implicit, but they become explicit and ordered when you have to effectively communicate them. And it's not only in the classroom. Our life can be and should be a life of learning, a life of discovery, a life of amazement at the beauty and the symphony, a life of sympathy with the paradox and the drama of reality. And that's how I experience it.
Well, truly, thanks to bless those wonderful parents of yours, whose portrait I always admire when I'm on the UKU campus. And your experience, it resonates a little with me as a father, as a biological father, and as an educator. My sons were brought up here in Italy. They speak English. And as you say, the ability to speak two languages not only frees the mind in a certain sense to be able to speak others, but it does give you a broader world vision. If you can name this in two ways, then why not 3 or 4? Exactly. And your whole metaphysical concept of the world is extended. When that leads us into the first of what are called our big questions. And you've already answered it in a certain sense. So if you feel you want to go forward or add anything, feel free. But that big question, we're still on the topic of education, is how can we educate for genuine citizenship in a new and changing and challenging world?
I think for a young person or any person to assimilate, let's say, a lesson, if we use that word, it is important to convey the principle, to model that principle, and then to accompany that person as that person enters more deeply into that principle by making it a reality. I think my strongest teachers have been not just the ones who could spout the theory, but those who taught about something that pertains to life and they lived it. And then they helped me on my pilgrimage towards that truth, towards that reality, towards that creativity. Today, with the internet and the resources and the impulse that we received through the pandemic to kind of be online and learn online, there are new opportunities, but I think it's important to not leave that third parameter out, not only the principle, not only a distant someone, a person, really a living that is walking with you on that path of discovery, assimilation, and let's say creative interpretation and birth giving to new things.
I love that word accompaniment. I think it's a key word. It really it conjures up the image of literally being taken by the hand. Are there any specific figures, individuals you would like to name, apart from your parents? You already have people who have been life testimonies to you.
Yeah, our Lord Jesus, he walked with the disciples. You can read through the whole narrative of, the Gospels in a few hours. They cover 3 years. There's a lot unwritten and unsaid. But if we think openly, we realize that those were 3 years of fellowship, of accompaniment, of being together. Both at the University of Roucou and my experience in Paris, where when I arrived, there were only 9 priests in good health for 5 countries. The question of how to help people take on responsibility, learn and take on responsibility was a very pressing issue. And I found that when I was able to accompany young men and women, priests and their wives and their children, what I was trying to share with them was much more effectively communicated and assimilated. And I think Jesus did this. Today, Pope Francis speaks a lot about accompaniment. That is, let's say, in a certain opposition, or at least complementary to, a hierarchical approach where from, an instruction is sent down from above authority, whether it's a teacher, whether it's a boss, whether it's a priest or a bishop, or the Pope actually. And you're somehow supposed to run with it when you receive it. I think today we all live in a network society, and the top-down hierarchical quality of modernity needs a lot of supplementation in a network type, let's say, matrix in which people are not alone. Not alone with the problem, with the challenges, but there's a solidarity which helps people really flourish.
I was thinking, and I was hoping also you would give us some names, individuals who through their writings, through their example, have accompanied you. Right next to me here, one of the books I was using to prepare for this interview was one of my favorites, The Return of the Prodigal Son, Henry Nouwen. I know that you're a fan of Henry Nouwen's as well. Again, in individuals who have through their example or
you mentioned Henry. I don't know if you know, but I was his student.
I do know.
We developed a very close friendship, and Henry did accompany me. You know, I had I hope all of us have had an opportunity of this nature, falling in love. Well, I fell in love more than once, and as you can see, in the end, nobody really wanted me, so I became celibate. But there was one situation in which my disappointment actually turned to despair and depression, which lasted for more than 2 years. And it was Henry that, he basically, he couldn't drop everything he was doing and come to where I was. So he said, why don't you come here? And, maybe not in these words, but I will walk with you through this. And I want to share what you're experiencing, and I also want to share with you our common hope. And that was just one very important episode in our relationship.
And of course, he went through very similar situations, didn't he? He also experienced times of deep depression and despair, and wrote about it.
He did. Another person that was a very significant figure in my life was Joseph Slipy, the founder of the Ukrainian Catholic University. And he kind of popped up in my life at different times. I met him for the first time at the age of 7 when I was chosen by the Syracuse community to greet him at the airport when the mayor was giving him the keys to the city. And of course, that's it could be just a formal gesture, an ethnic costume. And I remember distinctly that I was told to kiss his hand, and I kind of didn't want to do that because I never did that before. That was not a gesture that young American boys had in their resume, so to speak.
Not something you were used to doing, I can imagine, no.
Then my parents took us to Rome, and we spent the better part of 2 weeks in celebratory circumstances, where he was the kind of the leader. And then I saw him later in my teen years, and then I went to live with him for 3 years. And it is interesting that he was 90 by that time and getting weak in body and mind, but very present in spirit. And I spent a lot of time just when I would see him sitting in the sun in front of our UCU building there in Rome, I would just leave my room because my window was to the front. So whenever he came out, I could hear it through the open window in the warm Italian weather. And I would just stand by him. We would probably have the same conversation. What did you eat for lunch? He would ask, yeah, so you had lunch. The sisters haven't given me anything to eat yet. You see all this. But there was something transferred spiritually. There was an aura there. And, there's different ways of accompaniment. We might think that accompaniment is, a very active thing, a very intentional thing, a programming thing. Yes, it can be, but it also can be, first of all, a presence. And that was how Joseph Slipy accompanied me. He, by his presence, invited me to read values, principles, experiences, history, and ecclesiology that he represented. I've also been accompanied by very simple people who aren't famous, monks in monasteries that are responsible for the cattle. I've had wonderful accompaniment from the wives of priests. I have many priest friends, and I'm grateful to them, but I'm also particularly grateful to their wives who have shared my life and have shared their life with me. So there are many. In my house in Lviv, there are 3 big paintings with 58 portraits of spiritual elders in my life. Not all of them are perfect saints. In fact, a few of them have bumped into scandal. Jean Vanier is one of them, for example. Father Verenfried van Straten. I mentioned them today. They're in some quarters unspeakable.
But thank you for mentioning them. Thank you for mentioning them.
God worked, and in my life. And I hope despite my sinfulness, God will work through me somewhere as well.
Thank you very much. As you were speaking there, I was thinking also of the silent accompaniment of the beautiful individuals, the intellectually challenged people who live at the Emmaus Center on campus at UKU. Another form of accompaniment, which I think is very powerful. So, yeah, thank you. Let's stay with the overall theme of the series of these conferences, integral human development. But I think before we go any further, we do need to confront the elephant in the room, and that is to decide, what are we talking about when we talk about being human? It seems to me that anthropologically it's becoming more and more complex. And not to influence your answer in any way, but to give you a few seconds to think about it, this is what Henry says. What makes us human, he says, is not our mind, but our heart, not our ability to think, but our ability to love.
He's right. In some ways, it's the classic heart of our faith. We are human because we're persons. And persons created in the image and likeness of God have the divine quality of relationship, the capacity for relationship. God himself is 3 persons who are in relationship. And we as human beings need relationship. And it's only in relationship, and good relationship is defined by love. In good relationship, we grow. We become more fully human. In love, we multiply. We give life, whether it's physically and biologically or morally and spiritually. And it is that, I think, that makes, this little consortium of atoms and 77 kilograms of different minerals, a human being.
You brought up the question of relationships. I was going to come to that a little bit later, but I'm going to jump in right there. Relationships have been challenged because of the pandemic. They continue to be challenged. Technology is wonderful and helpful in so many ways, but it does inhibit relationships too. It helps and inhibits. Relationships are tied to communication, and communication is tied to listening. And I was listening to a little interview you gave when you were installed last June at the Ukrainian Catholic Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception in Philadelphia. And I don't mean to embarrass you, but this is what you said. You said, I believe we need to listen to each other and to speak heart to heart. And you said that you hope to lead by listening, both to our Lord and to your brothers and sisters. Talk to us about listening and relationships.
I'm firmly convinced that, and it's almost a dogmatic teaching that spiritual life happens with the other. You can't live spiritually in an individualistic way. In listening, I actually used to teach a course at UKU called Christian Spirituality in a Postmodern Age. And the first class, 2-hour class, is on listening in that course, because I believe the spiritual life is something that we receive. Yes, we need to, work on our spiritual development, sometimes even exert ourselves. Right now we're in the middle of Lent, and certain ascetical practices can be very conducive to the spiritual life. But the spiritual life is, first of all, the life of the Holy Spirit that comes to us and fills our souls, fills our heart, and guides us and gives us the light in the light of our eyes to see things in a spiritual way. The spiritual life is something that we receive. We need to apprehend, hear, see, contemplate. We need to have an open position. We don't determine by our neither the beginning nor the nature of a spiritual life. It is a gift from God. And so the discipline of waiting, the discipline of patience, the discipline of contemplation are all synonyms in a line for listening. It's a way of being open and of receiving. Receiving from God and from the icons of God that are around us, the different people who the Lord sends to us, each of which is a distinct and beautiful person made in the image and likeness of our divine Creator and our divine Savior. And it is by opening our lives to other people, to the other, that we are enriched. And it is in that openness which becomes dialogical that bridges are built, connections are made, and that matrix can grow and spread. And I don't know if I can explain it, but I think we together feel it and can intuit it. In this reality, 2 + 2 is not 4. It becomes 7 and 20. Because love gives life. And that's why it's so important to listen. And, in the last weeks, I've had some tumultuous weeks because this past week was the 2nd anniversary of my nomination as bishop here, Archbishop in America. And it was at the tail end of those 2 years that I took some strong decisions. Finally, I waited, I looked, I listened. I feel I did more than listen. I tried to pull out the message from other people that maybe for historical reasons didn't feel free to speak. Their own personal histories or whatever. So the spiritual life and the pastoral life cannot be just receiving. There needs to be kind of a back and forth. But what I promised, thank you for reminding me of that. I tried to do these 2 years. I don't know if my brother priests and the faithful will recognize their experience in what I say, but that's what I hope it was.
But there is that reciprocity in listening, isn't there? And I wanted to focus on it because it seems to me that it can be the crux to and the barriers and the difficulties of going forward and in terms of integral human development. This is
Let me just say one more thing about listening,
Go
Sean,
ahead.
if I may.
I haven't finished talking about it, so yeah, go ahead.
It's really a discipline that we can develop into an art. A lot of people think, you sit and listen and it's kind of a passive thing. I once had this experience where a very talented writer, Mr. Prochasko, who's from Ivano-Frankivsk, about 20 years ago, I think it was 2002, he did an interview with me. And I noticed that in that interview, he elicited from me by his questioning, his posture, his listening to me, he elicited something from the depths of my memory that I hadn't referred to I was 42 years old then. I probably hadn't referred to it in 20 years. I think we've had the experience in confession maybe, or in spiritual direction, under the guidance of a profound person, that person brings forth things just by listening, by an active listening, of a listening that is the listening of a virtuoso. And I think we need, like the virtuoso listener, we need to tune our instruments to receive. It's with the eyes, it's with the heart, it's with the way you sit, it's with your patience, that you make room for the other and let the other be free and let the other drop not only pretensions, but protection and the guy drop down the facades, masks. This is what our friends with special needs, our handicapped friends, our friends with handicaps, what they help us do. They don't threaten us, and they let us be true to ourselves.
Thank you for mentioning them yet again. I want to stay with listening just for another moment because I do believe that it's a core issue here. One of the people who accompanies me through his example and his teaching is our present Holy Father, Pope Francis. He presents a World Communications Day message every year, and in 2016, that message was dedicated to the theme of listening. And this is what he says. Listening means being able to share questions and doubts, to journey side by side, to banish claims to absolute power, and to put our abilities and gifts at the service of the common good. And then he says something that I'd like you to comment on because not everybody understood what he was saying. Listening is never easy, he says. Many times it's easier to play deaf. Listening means wanting to understand, to value, to respect, to ponder what the other person says. And then he says this, it involves a sort of martyrdom. What do you think he means by that? How could listening be a form of martyrdom?
There's in each of us a set of factors that constitute not only our worldview, but that are behind our reflexes. These can be positive, negative things, beautiful things, maybe even shameful things. But it is that weave of characteristics and impulses that also act as a filter, receiving or rejecting what comes into us or comes to us. And if we are conscious of the fact that who we are and what constitutes who we are does not exhaust the possibilities and the realities of God's creation, there's a certain discipline, a certain asceticism that is necessary, a certain mortification, a certain dying to oneself that is preliminary to a real receiving of the other. Because we often want to, by impulse or by reflex, to project who we are or what we've experienced or what is right, especially what I think is right, on the other person. And this is not to say that we're supposed to be just a mishmash of undefined kind of reception, but to really respect the other, you often have to let something in yourself quiet down, sometimes maybe even die. And I would imagine that is what the Holy Father is talking about.
In fact, he goes on to say that listening, it's not only a sort of martyrdom, but he specifically says it always involves a form of self-sacrifice, a giving up of something of yours and going out to the other. Thank you for that reflection. I know that we have lots of illustrious listeners and viewers and participants who I also know are eager to hear what you have to say on the theme of this conversation, which I only realized when I went back to the program earlier today, is shall we go to the margins to find a new future? So here we are about halfway through our conversation. We haven't talked about that yet, so we don't want to disappoint anybody. So let's do that. Shall we go to the margins to find a new future, Bishop Boris? And what are these margins? And clearly they're not just geographical, are they?
They're not geographical, and they're cultural, they're anthropological. There's something about the margins in the life of Jesus. So often he went to those who were rejected or who were at a distance. In certain circumstances, it was the powerful that might be at a distance. The tax collector in Jericho, Zacchaeus, he had power in that community. And he was on the fringes. There were the, more regularly maybe practicing that were surrounding Jesus. But this short man climbed a tree and he was far away. Jesus saw him, heard him, let's say received him, and said, I'm going to your house. And what happened there? It's a scene that teaches for 2,000 years. We learn from Jesus' encounter with the marginal man, a marginal, powerful, rich man, met by Jesus' attention and love in his own house. Zacchaeus converts. He goes through a metanoia. He promises to compensate everybody that he has harmed. And Jesus says, salvation has come into this house. I think that is what happens when we authentically go to the margins, invite the margins into our center, when there's a real meeting. It is not always, like Nescafe. boiling water, some powder, instant gratification. It's not a snap of the fingers. Our Lord went to the margins. He went from the heart of divinity into our world. And he didn't go to a palace or a throne. He went into the margins of the Roman Empire. In fact, the margins of Palestine, because we remember the Galileans, Peter was recognized during the Passion because of his strange accent in the capital city. So in Jerusalem, these were hillbillies. They were provincials. And Jesus came to the margins. From the margins, he went to the center. And wherever he was the center, he invited the margins to come to him. I think when we cross, and when you do that, there's usually barriers between the margins and the center. We set up protective walls, whether materially or otherwise, because we fear the margins. The margins are dangerous, they're different, they're strange. But when we overcome those barriers, we learn something. Of course, about the margins, but we learn something of ourselves, and our fears are named. Our pretenses are uncovered. But there's a great freedom that comes from that.
So it's not just a case of where do we go, but to whom shall we go? And that leads us into another one of the big questions of the conference, which is what are the ethical guidelines and principles that can help us promote integral human development? Before we get into that, I'd like to share a very brief video clip with you. Pope Francis not only gives a message for World Communications Day, but on the 1st of January each year, he publishes a message for what's called the World Day for Peace. And this is the theme that he chose for this year. It's just a minute and I share it with you.
The Pope's message for World Day of Peace summarized by its title, A Culture of Care as a Path to Peace. Pope explained it in a short tweet in which he notes that this year has shown the importance of caring for each other and also creation. In a virtual press conference from the Vatican, Cardinal Peter Turkson and Bruno Maffei explained the main points of this very rich text. In front of the current situation, there could be no better reflection than this one about caring. How does one care not only for the sick, but for the global situation, for those who have lost their jobs, all these situations? The Pope's proposal is to maintain international relations, starting from recognizing the dignity of the human person, respect for fundamental rights, and care for the environment. He recalls his appeal to redirect spending on weapons to human development projects, and he asks for a stronger female presence in society. The proposal is to continue this reflection, dialogue, and research on a culture of care and a path to peace, on care as a path to peace. We could say the message isn't just for one day, but for a longer period, for a year. World Day of Peace is celebrated every January 1st. The Pope celebrates Mass with this message, which is always made public a few days before. Throughout the year, the Pope gives this text to heads of who visit him.
You saw Cardinal Peter Turkson there. He, of course, is the head of the Vatican's dicastery for integral human development. And if you haven't, I would actually invite those who are watching and sharing this conversation with us to go back and read that message. Pope Francis acknowledges all the dangers of nationalism, racism, xenophobia, wars, and disease, but he says they teach us how important it is to care for one another and for creation as we try to build a better society. So my question to you, Bishop Boris, is could a culture of care be a way to combat its opposite, which is a culture of indifference, a culture of waste?
Again, I think, you began with the word love and with the discipline of listening. All of these predicate the other. and a relationship with the other. In this case, in opposition to indifference, there's an attention and a concern for the other. And it is the only way. We need different approaches, different wording, and different gestures. But today, like in all times, but in different ways in different times, there is the temptation, whether out of egoism or fear or other negative impulses, to separate ourselves or distance ourselves from the other, and especially from those who are suffering. We kind of turn away from poverty, from pain, from disease, from death. This pandemic year has made it much more difficult to kind of isolate ourselves and turn away from suffering and from death. We're constantly reminded of the fact that there are people around us. There are people throughout the world who endure great suffering. And we know that others can make it easier for those people. And among those others can be me. And so our conscience tugs at us, that voice that the Holy Spirit uses in our hearts to guide us, to protect us, but also to lead us. And I think the Pope is speaking with this voice. I think the pandemic is a time of humiliation, but it can be also a time of real humility. And that word comes from humus, from earth, which means we're grounded. We got both of our feet on reality. And we live with reality when we care for others. Care in an active way. Sometimes we can't do something about it, and only hearing a person out, being present with a person, showing sympathy already is important. It's morally significant. But in many cases, there's need for us to roll up our sleeves and work to help somebody. Or, share something that we have, make a sacrifice, and give to others who have less than we have. It's a cold world often out there. I don't think there's been, a time that is golden, that had all of the virtues, a monopoly on the virtues, nor do I think that there's, that we're living through great progress and that the past was just full of vices. I think the challenges of the virtuous life and the temptations of the vices are always present in different forms. And that's why in new words, in new expressions, we always turn back to the same truth. And Pope Francis is helping us do that.
And yet the opening theme of the conference is centered on the idea of new ethics in a new world. And of course, this new world is the post-COVID world with all its uncertainties and its challenges and its fears. Now, you've used that word fear quite a few times during this conversation, even though, again, I have you on record as saying, in general, I try to fend off fear, except a healthy fear of God. Fear, says Bishop Boris, is a bad advisor. In general, it either paralyzes or leads to aggression. So what can we do about fear?
Well, I think it's very important to recognize it. I mention it because I think there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it in the post-totalitarian countries. In the expanse between Finland, Estonia on the west, and China and Taiwan, or China and Vietnam on the east, there's 2 billion people that are traumatized or continue to be traumatized by totalitarianism, which is a system of fear. It kills sporadically or even systematically to induce people to accept total control, and or at least authoritarian control. And we at the Ukrainian Catholic University have reflected a lot about fear, and it's very important to name it, to point it out, to identify its qualities, to see how it's working in me, first of all. And then it's easier to, kind of put in a bottle or lock up in, a cupboard, or at least to push to the side of who I am and not let it dominate my thoughts, my emotions, my reflexes. I think there's a lot of fear everywhere. In the post-Soviet world, where over a matter of months in the early 90s, otherwise average Soviet citizens became billionaires through their often cunning of capacity of taking under control what used to be state property or state industries. We see how a wealthy class, and this is not only in the post-Soviet world, but throughout the world today, a wealthy class that seems to have everything lives in fear behind walls, driving in the streets in vehicles that are almost literally tanks, with bodyguards. There's a great fear there. And fear seems to have been an effective genre of attracting attention to yourself. We see the rhetoric in the news. We see the tonality of political conversations. It's hard to call it conversation. It's political diatribe. And this speaks to the fear. It's a fear mongering. And if we're not careful, we start to drift on it. And then it becomes a torrent and we're just carried away. So dealing with fear, analyzing it, naming it, putting a leash on it, putting it in the doghouse with that leash, I think is very important.
Once again, to quote our friend Henry, he says, the more I think about the human suffering in our world and my desire to offer a healing response, the more I realize how crucial it is not to allow myself to become, and he uses your word, paralyzed by feelings of helplessness, guilt, and fear. I must resist the temptation to let the forces of darkness pull me into despair and make me one more of their many victims. There is a tendency to feel that one is a victim of a system, of government, of society, of family, of parents, and that our victimhood allows us an alibi to justify a lot of our faults.
I think in many cases, there's a good dose of a victim-like experience in our lives. But then the question is this the defining characteristic or the defining moment? And we are called to sacrifice. We can choose to lose, as Jesus did. to give up things, to give up even our own life. But it's very important to be free. To be free also not only of, let's say, a danger that could make us a victim, but of the memory that is part of our past experience and that can come to dominate and make us really unfree, shackled by the limitations or the purported limitations that that victimizing experience had on us, the effect it had on us. We, harm each other. That's why all of us are called to repentance. But that is not, the defining aspect of human experience. It should not be. We're capable of much more than that, and we're called to much more than that. The consciousness of violence that has been done to us, or that maybe we've committed towards others, is important. But I think we also need to really live in gratitude for the gifts that we've received in the past. And that gratitude then helps us really to be open and generous with the future and with everybody and everything that the future brings into our life. And that is something that I think we need to remind ourselves, each other of. And it's very true of bishops. You quoted Henry saying that the danger of being paralyzed by, what was it, guilt and fear, and the third
guilt and fear and helplessness.
Yeah. Today, many bishops kind of feel that they're walking with a target on their back. But it's dangerous if that becomes the defining characteristic of who we see ourselves in the public square. We're faced with falling figures in terms of priests, faithful, money, buildings. And often the culture is becoming more and more aggressive towards our faith, or at least parts of our faith in our Christian culture. Sometimes that aggression is connected with real weaknesses in the way we live, but not always. Often it can be quite malevolent. And the question is, will we allow ourselves to be defined by that dynamic? Or can we look through that and see, even in our adversaries, brothers and sisters to whom, in a quiet way, sometimes maybe as martyrs, we are called to witness? I think good humor is very important in all of this. I think, I don't know if humor was discussed so far at the conference on integral human development, but I think there's great hope for integral human development everywhere where there are smiles, where there's laughs, where there's song. And I miss coming to Uku and to Ukraine, because that was my experience.
Likewise, always. Which brings us to the final, one of the final big, so-called big questions, which takes us into the future. You mentioned the future just a moment ago. Being a citizen, what will be expected of us as we move forward? And of course, we know that a lot of the people who are watching and listening right now are young people, and they are students of Uku, and many of them I know are some of my former students, and I greet them, and I love you and I miss you. I can't wait to be with you again. But the future is very important for them. What can we say to our young people, Bishop Boris, how can we accompany them into this future? What words of hope and advice can you offer?
All of us, and especially you young people, you have the time that is given to us. It is the best time for us. There's no better time in the past or, in some imagined future, because we don't have it. It's not the wave on which we are surfing. So any nostalgias or any, fantasizing about the future needs to be, let's say, yes, it's good to remember it. It's to remember parents, to remember history, and it's good to develop hopes about future possibilities. But the spiritual life happens in the here and now. Actually, Henry wrote a book about it called Here and Now. And the here and now is rich because specifically because it is real. Nothing is as rich as reality. And if we can really embrace who we are, where we are, and those with whom we are, I think we live fully. Now, who we are is not necessarily who we think we are or who I define myself today. Who we are is actually something that is most accurate in the mind of God. And so the discovery of reality, of who I am, and those with whom I am living, really has to have a reference point in our Creator, in our Savior. It is through God, with God, and in God that we discover who we are and that we discover others. And we discover the tremendous richness of our reality. Even if that reality is limited, even if there's a relative poverty in material things, even if there's a pandemic, a problem in the family, or some other limitation or ailment. It is our time, it is our life, it is our body, and it is there we were called to discover the vocation that God has given us. And that brings everything together. That is what integrates. That is how we develop in an integrated way. And that can happen anywhere. And it can happen in your very life, dear brother and sister.
Thank you so much for integrating and bringing everything together so beautifully. And thank you, Bishop Boris, for being who you are and what you do, and for sharing your words of wisdom and your insights with us today. I only have about another 3 pages of questions for you, but I see that Volodya is standing by there, ready to wrap up. So I will hand the studio back to her.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. Thank you. An honor and a delight.
Especially the leaders of our International Institute of Ethics and Contemporary Issues. I always enjoyed your company. It was a great feast whenever you came to Paris or to Brussels to be with me. So I hope that, I don't know, Jose, maybe in Washington or even in Philadelphia, we can meet sometime in the future. And Sean, I'm very grateful to you for this conversation because you led us through it.
It's always teamwork, Bishop Boris. Everything is collaboration. Huh? So thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Well, thank you. Mr. Lafette, can you hear me? Yep.
I can hear you, yes. Please call me Sean. I'm only Mr. Lover to people who don't like me.
Sean Patrick, unfortunately, it's still me. It's not Volodymyr who is here.
Oh, it's not. Okay. All right.
Yes, but Bishop Boris, it's always a great gift to hear your word. Thank you so much, and Sean Patrick, thank you for this vivid conversation, which is at the same time so deep and really enlightening. and the conversation that quite often looked like a friendly chat filled with warmth and kind of human touch, something that I just physically feel how much we lack it in our online format of the conversation today. And actually, Bishop Boris, the only panel where there was some humor and laugh, there was a live panel here at this room. So there was some, but unfortunately, only at the live panel. And I hope that the fourth Integral Human Development Conference will be much more human and a little less digital. So, Boris Bishop, Jean-Patrick, thank you so much for this very, very, really insightful conversation. Thank you. And though our formal part of the conference is over, we still cordially invite all our participants to stay with us, as in 15 minutes, we will have kind of a surprise for you, the live music from LV Cafe Jazz Club, which is organized by partners of our conference, Lviv Lab and Tvoje Misto. And I hope that this live interaction during this live concert will add up a little bit this kind of emotion and personal interaction that we do miss during these online formats. So the live music will start at 8:45 p.m. Lviv time, 7:45 p.m. Rome time, and 1:45 p.m. of Washington time. And I thank you, everybody who was with us, our wonderful speakers, participants. I want to thank all the team that was working so hard on making this conference. And we invite everybody to return tomorrow. We will start our second conference day at 3 p.m. Lviv time, 2 p.m. Rome time, and 8 a.m. Washington time. There will be an interesting day with very interesting and insightful speakers. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. Thank you.